Hey everyone, welcome to Dev. And throughout this playlist, we are going to build and deploy an end-to-end modular multi-role RAG-based AI teaching assistant. Okay, and this won't be a one video tutorial, as when I was recording the video, this was getting too long. So that's why I have broken down the concept into a multiple videos. Okay, so in this video, we're going to see the demo of the application that we're going to build, and we'll understand the core concept of RAG and how our application's core modules gonna work, what will be the application's workflow, and some basic understanding of what we are going to build. So in this video, we are going to have the overall idea of what we are going to build. And so from next video, we'll get into the main modules. So first we'll clear our authentication module, then we'll clear our upload document module, then chat query module, then quiz module, then we'll design the whole front end, then we'll show the deployment. Okay, and after that, if throughout this multiple videos, if you ever have any feature idea that you think that we should integrate, please do comment. We will add them and we'll grow this project as a real time project. Okay, we'll keep on upgrading its feature. I'll provide you the link of the repo so that you can also contribute if you want. Okay, so let's see the demo. Okay, so this is the application that we're going to build, and I have added some images to make it a bit attractive just for that. Okay, so it will be a tutor RAG, AI powered learning from your own documents for sure. And what are the feature we'll have? We'll be having upload textbooks and notes in the form of PDFs and docs, ask questions using our LLM, we can generate quizzes, and we can track the learning progress. Mean we can check our history of our quizzes. Okay, so first thing what I'll do, I'll select on this get started, and here I'll choose a role. So either I am a student or a teacher, right? So first I'll upload as a teacher. Here I'll put a name, let's say week Sharma. Okay, I'll add an email as viksharma@gmail.com. I'll add an username a week. I'll add a simple password 12345. Okay, all right, and then we'll just create an account created successfully. Okay, now if we need to check that into our database, which we are using MongoDB to store our user, our quizzes, our history, our document chunks, our chat history. Okay, you could see Avik Sharma username, and for the password we are hashing the password. Okay, now what we have to do, we'll go back and we'll click on login. Here we'll enter as Avik, password 5, login. Okay, login successful, and this is the page where we'll reach. I just added this simple image. Okay, so we can upload a study material, and we can assign that for which particular grade that particular uploaded PDF will be assigned. Okay, so let's say for grade 6 I want to upload a document. Okay, so what I'm going to upload, I'm going to upload this one of my CVs. Okay, one of my CVs, open. All right, then upload document. Now we need to wait as it is uploading, and for that, and for this upload document we are using Pinecone vector database to store our chunk. Okay, and what we need to do, to come into this MongoDB, we'll refresh it once more, and we'll come into these document chunks. Just a second, first document chunks. Here you see we have at least 192 document chunk. right? So I'll come at last here. If I go to the last one, you could see this is the document that we have uploaded, right? This text, page, all those things. Okay, so it was a CV. So see, my technical skill, some stuff related to my trainings, all those been stored here as a document chunks. Okay, and we'll pass this document chunks to our Pinecone vector database in the time of retrieval, in the time of retrieving the documents. Okay, now that this set is done, we'll log out. Okay, and here we'll log in. No, not log in. We'll first click on get started, and now we'll create another user as a student. Okay, so I'll add, let's say, someone called uh, Avinash Gupta. Okay, avinash@gmail.com. Avinash password, and the grade I want to give the grade to 6. Okay, and simple, I want to add the school to HBI. Okay, then create account created successfully. If you go to MongoDB here, you'll be able to view. We need to refresh it. Okay, so we have Avinash Gupta. Okay, now here what we'll do, back we'll log in. Here we'll add Avinash password 12345. Okay, login successful, and we'll reach this page. Okay, where as a student we'll be having options such as asking questions from the assigned documents. We can generate quiz, and we can check our quiz history. As of now we have 0 quiz history, right? Even if we click this button load, it will provide us nothing. Okay, so let's say I'm gonna ask some question related to that particular document. Okay, so summarize me the technical skills. Okay, technical skills, let's check it. Okay, so these are the technical skill that I had in that particular CV. Okay, so the technical skills mentioned include programming languages, web libraries and framework, DevOps, database, all the individuals skilled in. Okay, and now for the quiz generator, if I here add the quiz topic, let's say technical skills, and I want 5 quizzes. Now generate. Okay, now here this will generate me 5 MCQ questions. So what programming language is the individual is proficient on? So Java, Python, C++. It will be actually this one. Okay, and by default the answer is in A, but that won't be the answer for every question. Okay, now what web libraries and framework is the individual is skilled in? It will be this one, C. Then what database management system is the individual familiar with? It will be this C. And what course did the individual completed on Udemy? It will be Python for data science. And what DevOps tools is the individual is familiar with? And here I will make it, I don't know I think the answer would be for sure C, but I'm gonna make it B. Let's see what's the answer. Submit the quiz. Okay, here you could see quiz 1 correct, quiz 2 wrong, quiz 3 is incorrect, quiz 4 correct, quiz 5 incorrect, as I have told you. Okay, all right. Now if we come to our quiz history, and if we load, You could see we are seeing our previous attempted quiz. Okay, so this will be our whole application workflow. Okay, now let's understand the RAG concept and the core modules and the workflow of this whole application. Okay, all right, so now that the demo is done, and now we all are familiar that what we are going to build, right? So let's first understand what is this retrieval augmented generation. So this is the main workflow that I generally use for my when I have to explain that what RAG is, because I feel this gives us a total picture, you know. So it's all start from that left side of the red dotted box where we upload a document. Okay, now when we upload a document, the first thing we need to do, we need to break the document into various chunks, and after that we need to pass that chunks into our embedding model. Okay, and in the embedding model we'll store that chunks into the form of vectors, because the moment we'll store them as a vector, we can understand the reasoning among those chunks, right? And so this and now after creating the vectors of that uploaded chunks through the embedding model, we need to store them in a vector database. And for this project, and I basically use Pinecone DB, because I can just simply use the API key to use that. Okay, now if you see from the user perspective, that what user gonna do. So user going to ask a query, right? Now again we have to generate that embedding vectors from that query, because our information is stored in vector database as a vector. So the query that the user is giving, we also need to convert that into a vector embeddings, and we can do that through this embedding generation module. Okay, then we'll pass that to our query embedding, and in the vector database we'll use a semantic search with a cosine parameter, where we'll map, okay, as per this query, these are the information from vector database we have to retrieve. Okay, now the moment we'll retrieve those information, we'll pass that through our LLM. Our LLM will understand the concept, the whole reasoning, and the LLM will provide us the answer as per the user's query. Okay, and that is why giving a proper structured elaborated prompt to generate response is extremely important. Okay, so this will be the whole RAG workflow. Now let's understand the modules that our application have, right? So now we'll see the core modules of our tutor RAG and the architecture, like kind of an architectural diagram of our application. Okay, so in the core modules we'll be having our UI layer for the user interaction and the interface, then our whole authentication module, then our document management module, our embedding layers, our vector store module where we'll be storing and retrieving vector data, then the whole RAG orchestration module with the whole coordination RAG process, right? Then our LLM integration module, then the response module through which we'll generate the proper formatted output, and finally we'll be having our database module where we'll store our user data, our quiz data, quiz history data, the document that's been uploaded, that's data, and the chat query, mean the some normal responses. Okay, then if I have to explain you this architecture diagram just a bit, this is just to understand like some visually. Okay, so we have our UI layer, the security and access layer. Mean student cannot access upload document because that's only for the teacher, and teacher cannot have the access of quiz, chat query, and history. Okay, we can change that, but as of now we have kept it like that. Okay, then the whole RAG orchestration layer, the whole RAG workflow, our database module, embedding and vectorization layer, our LLM layer and vector storage layer, and the response processing layer. So this will be the whole architectural diagram. Okay, now this is the diagram that I've generated to have a better workflow understanding end to end. Okay, so it will start from user uploading PDF via UI, and here user will be the teacher. Okay, then some security check that if that user is a teacher and a student. If it's the teacher, then and only he can upload. If it's a student, he cannot. Okay. Then our data processing, mean we need to extract text from the uploaded PDF. Then data segmentation, mean chunking. Then passing that to our AI embedding model. Then storing into vector database. Then stored into the MongoDB. Then chat interaction from the student side. Then query embedding. Then the vector database storing, like then we need to retrieve the top k relevant chunks. Okay. Then we need to construct a proper prompt to retrieve the proper output. Then our application logic, the whole streamlit display, right? Then the presentation layer, and we also need to have our quiz generation, so that use student can generate quiz for a particular topic, how many number they want. As of now we have kept 1 to 10. Okay. Then finally the whole rag retriever as per the history of quiz and the quiz generation. Okay. So this will be the whole end-to-end workflow. Now from next video we are going to start with that authentication module. We'll see what are the framework we're going to use. Like we'll be using fast API, what we generally use, but still we'll understand everything. And we'll start with the authentication module. We'll test our API into Postman, and yeah, let's begin from the next video. All right, so let's set up the environment and then we'll install our requirements, right? So before we set up our Python package manager with UV, let us first show you what are the main prerequisite we have, right? So we need to have our MongoDB connection, right? Because this is where we'll be storing our user data, our student asked quizzes, like their answer, their history, the chats, and also the documents, like the content of the uploaded documents, right? Then Pinecone to store our vector stores, like our vector indexes. Then UV, which is a Python package manager, which is quite fast, like the fastest. And I'll also recommend you to migrate from pip and all those pip and ppnv to UV. Okay. Then we have Groq Cloud to get our LLM, and Google AI Studio to get our Gemini API as our embedding models. Okay, and I have chosen them because it will be free and you don't have to worry about any links. Of course, you can use OpenAI's embedding models and LLM to have, I think, the better results, or any paid API keys to better results always. Okay, so we'll come into VS Code, and with UVNB we need to set up our project, right? So the first thing that we'll do is simple. We need to initiate, so we need to initiate the UV project, right? So simple UV and init. Okay. All right, so you could see we have got this Python version, main.py, pyproject.toml, and readme.emd as a Python package. Okay. Now we need to initiate the virtual environment, because remember we're going to install lots of packages and you don't want to install them in your local. So for that we need to initiate. So UV VENV, right? Enter. And now after creating the virtual environment, we need to just simply activate that. So VNV slash scripts slash slash activate. And if you want to see this particular file path, like why we are using this particular command, if you come to this .venv folder and the scripts, you could see there is an activate bat file. So we need to run this command to activate this, right? And this is where the bat file is. Okay. All right, so we'll just enter, and you could see I am currently in my tutor rag virtual environment. Okay. CLS to clear the terminal. And now what will I need to do? I need to create my requirement.txt, because I won't be installing one by one, right? So create a file I'll name it as requirements.txt. Okay, and I'll just paste all the requirements that I have. So you could see we need fast API, UVCon as for our web, like for our backend web framework, Python multipart for file uploads, the whole LangChain ecosystem that we need, LangChain community, LangChain core, LangChain Groq. For OpenAI, it would be LangChain OpenAI, like this kind of like differences would be there in the package name. Okay, just make sure you are okay if you're just make sure just make sure you're okay with the package names if you're using, like, let's say Claude or Mistral or OpenAI, any other LLM. Okay, then for vector store we need to have Pinecone. For embeddings we need to have LangChain Google Generative AI, like Google Gen AI. Okay, now we need to parse our PDF, so we need to have PyPDF. Then for environment variables, python.env. Then pydantic to make sure we pass a proper structured, like a proper structured data. Okay, and requests tqdm to show the progresses, pymongo to connect with our mongodb, bcrypt to hash our password because that's a good practice. Of course we are not going to have any authentication token because I don't want to make the authentication complex. You can make it as complex as you like. For front end, we'll keep it with Streamlit. Of course, you can change it to React framework, Next.js framework, whatever you like. But we'll be mainly focusing on the backend, like the fast API backend framework, and we'll test it in Postman as well. Okay, and then request to get the the API responses request. Okay, that's it. Simple save, and this is the command that we need to write. If you are using pip, you just simply have to use pip install, but as we are using uv, so we'll use uv pip install. Nothing difference. Okay, so uv, I'll just copy this one rather than typing it. Okay, uv pip install, enter, and you might see it is taking some time, but comparative to pip package manager, it will be much faster. Here we go. Okay, so less than 1 minute, all the packages been installed, and I'm pretty sure if you're using pip, it would have taken some more time. Okay, again CLS to clear it. All right, so now what we'll do, we'll just test it key all the installation been done. So for that, we'll just test key if our fast API has been installed or not, because it's a better to just check it. So let's say from fast API, we'll just import this fast API. Then I need to initiate the fast API function. So fast API, done it. Then what I'll do, I'll just simply declare a function. Okay, so I won't be needing this thing because I need to export API endpoint. So what I'll do, I'll just use @app dot, it will be a simple get API with, let's say, simple slash. All right, and here we'll just create the function. Let's say HELTH health check. Well, I need to off this particular auto suggestion. It don't look good, by the way. We need to run this. So to run this, our command will be uvcorn. Then our particular file name is main. So main, our fast API app router, like app name is app. So app, and it's better to use reload. So what we'll do, whatever changes you make in your fast API code, the particular application will just reload it by itself, right? So enter, and you could see our UVCon running on this, and here we seeing an error. Why it's that? Okay, so in line 13, well, now it's saying application startup complete. So first let us just test it, right? So we'll open in Postman. We'll open the Postman, and you might see there are lots of API, for my other projects and even my. Okay, so first let me just close all this. Okay, this is lots of things are there. Let me just close this. Okay, all right. Now this is my work environment, so I'll just add a new one. So I need to create a new collection, blank collection. Okay, and I'll name it as tutor rag fair. Where is that gone? This one. And this tutor rag is just the practice project which I tried. So I need to just add the request. Here we go. Now from there we need to copy the particular endpoint, like the particular URL, right? So we'll just copy this. Our endpoint is slash, right? Now we should get that particular response. See, tutor rag is running. Fair. Now let me just change the name, health check. Okay, we'll just save it, and within this particular collection we'll have our various API endpoints. Okay, all right. Now that we have set up our environment, we have installed our important packages. We have also made sure that our fast API server is running. Now what we'll do, we'll create two main folders. Simple. One would be server, and another one would be client. Okay. In server, we'll of course will host our backend files, and in client will have our client, like our streamlit frontend files. Okay. So in the next part, we'll start the backend part, and we'll start with the module name authentication. Okay. So now for our first module would be the authentication module, but before that we need to set up our MongoDB, right? So I'll show you if you're for the first time setting up your MongoDB. So first just do the main part, like register yourself, login, all that thing. Then I think you'll be reaching in this kind of page where it will show you the like your pages, and like you need to create a new project, right? Nothing too much here. Create a new project, and in every free project you will be having offer of one cluster, but under the cluster you can have multiple databases and multiple collections. So yeah, as a free tier it will work like good for you. So we'll just name it as what we shall name. Let's just simple thing, tutor rag. Okay, we won't do, I'll just make it like a proper naming convention. Okay, tutor tag. We don't need to do anything else, just create on next. Project owner, I don't need to change anything, just create the project. My email, I'm the project owner, simple as that. Create the project. And okay, so here what we have to do, just click on these clusters. Okay, just a minute, I think I forgot how to create it. I think we need to just create. Yeah, let's just create. Oh yeah, this one. Okay, got it. So we need to just create in this free tier, of course. No need to change anything. Everything is same. Cluster 0 provider like AWS. My region is Mumbai, like in India. So yeah. Then create the deployment. That's it. And here we go. This one, right? So this will be your username. You can just copy this password. You can copy this. We'll just copy this, but it only be necessary, but I'll still just copy this and then create the database user. Okay, got it. Then choose a connection method, right? Click on this, click on the driver, and yeah, we need to copy this particular Mongo URI. We'll just copy this, come to our VS Code. In server, we'll create a .env. Sorry, caps lock is on. .env, and we'll name Mongo URI. Okay, and just paste it. Perfect. Then we need to provide the DB name. So DB name would be around, yep, now it's fine. Okay, we'll just save it. And this autocorrect of VS Code now is pissing me off. Okay, now after this whole setup, right? Now in this server, we need to create our authentication folder. So I'll just name it as auth. And before that, we need to create another folder called config. Okay, so config. Within config, we'll create a file as db.py, which will help us to connect to our MongoDB. Simple as that. Okay, and what we'll do over here, we'll simply need to import OS, which will help us extract the information. Then from .env, we need to import load.env. Okay, and then from PyMongo, we need to import our Mongo client. Okay, then we need to call the load.env function to load environment variables from .env, which is pretty simple practice. Then Mongo URI would be os.getEnv Mongo URI, and DB name would be os.getEnv DB name, like which will be coming from .env. But if in any case somehow it's missing, we should always give a backup. Not for the URI because that's pretty important, but for a simple DB. So before we export our login API, we need to create a function. So create a authentication function to check if user is signed up. So it will act like a middleware, simple as that. Then export the login API routes, which of course will be again post. Okay, so we need to do this 5 thing which will help us to complete this authentication module, right? All right. So number one, so let me just cut this .env. We don't need that. We don't need this one. We don't need db mul.py. Okay. So um, we'll be using Pydantic, of course, for this. And if you want to learn more about Pydantic, just read it from the documentation. It's better rather than me explaining you from same place. So from Pydantic, we need to import base model, which will help us to create our data model. Okay, we don't need anything else. Now here we'll define the class. So let's say class for student. Let's say to give a simple understanding that these both are users. So student, um, let's say student user, no user. Okay, then base model. Now what the the suggestion you were saying, this is how we need to design our whole data model, right? So of course id is something, it's pretty important. We can have that id, but the main important thing is the full name, which will be string. Then we'll be having email. Then we'll be having username, right? And then password. And then we'll be having the grade, cause it's a student, so we need to have its grade. So grade will be like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Okay, I'm not making it complex. Integer you can have it with multiple. And then one more information we can take from student, it will be the schools or the organization, but let's make it for students within the school domain. Okay, so this is my data model for thing. You can make it more complex, of course. Then for teacher user, and for them I just use it what they're giving me. So id, full name, email, username, password, subject. I mean, we don't need this subject thing. Okay, so I'll rather just omit this one, and this up to password is enough to clear our objective for this particular project. Okay, we just don't want to make things complex unnecessary. Okay, so why we need grade? Because grade will help us to point out key, okay, the particular pdf I'm uploading, this is for this particular grade of students. That's the only reason I have this grade in student user. And school, it's a student to, it's better to take from the school use, like simple. And school is just for simple thing, nothing more important than that. But full name, email, username, password, these are important. Okay, all right, we save it. Now we need to create those function which will help us to hash the password, right? So hash, and this will be utility function. So utils.py. Okay, and here we need to first import bcrypt, and we need to create those functions. So one function will be for hash password, sure, and another one will be for verify password, for our verify password. I'll just use it. So you could see def verify password, Let me just use it as well. Okay, so in hash password we have this particular function comments which will guide the function key. This is what this function does. So hash a plain password using bcrypt. So hashed variable where we are keeping this bcrypt dot hash pw the function, and we are passing the particular string being provided by the user. So plain pass, like the plain password dot, we need to encode with UTF-8 characters, then bcrypt dot gensalt, and another thing, yeah, it's okay, then return hash dot decode UTF-8. Okay, then for the verify password, again we need to pass the plain password and the hash password we have in the database, because this will work in the login, right? So we need to match the passwords from like the typed in the screen, and we need to match that from our MongoDB database. Okay, so verify a plain password against a hash password. Again, bcrypt dot check pw, like the check password, passing a plain password, encode and decode. Simple things. We save it. Okay, now if we go to our to do text, we are done with the user schema, and we are done with the hash password and function using bcrypt, right? So we'll just d and done. Okay, now we need to create the API routes. Okay, so now after we have done with our function with for hashing the password, now we need to export our API routes for student and teacher, right? So for that, within this auth folder, we'll just create a new file as route.py. Okay, and here we'll export, like here we'll create or define our API routes. Okay, so the first thing we need to initialize our API router, right? And that's the thing that we need to import from fast API. So from fast API we need to import API router, HTTP exception and depends. Okay, we won't be needing the status, so I'll just remove that. Okay, so yeah, to initialize this we need to have our router, and we'll call our API router to initialize this, right? And then we need to initialize the security. So for security, and we need to call the HTTP basics, HTTP basic. Okay, we haven't imported that one, so I'll just from fast API dot security, we need to, as our API is HTTP API, right? So HTTP basic. Okay, so here we'll just call our HTTP basic. Okay, done. All right, now we need to define the API route. So how will we do that? Simply we need to call our router. So at the rate router dot, this will be a post endpoint, so post, and let's say I'll be having it like this. So sign up, and let's say this one is for student, so sign up student. Okay, this will be my API endpoint after after 8000 slash sign up student, right? Then the function, so let's say simple function sign up student, and here I need to pass the request, and this is where I need to pass the schema of that, but like how would we take the data from student, right? As you can see in the model.py we have student user, right? So what will we do? We'll simple in our route.py we need to import them. So from dot model will import everything, sign student sign up request. Okay, it's student user and student user and teacher user, and this is model, not models. Okay, and in this request I need to pass this particular student user schema. Okay, colon, that's it. Now here we need to define it. Right now in Python, one of the best practices is like you should always define what that particular function does, right? So handles, the handles a student sign up request. Okay, it could be anything just to explain what your function do or does, right? Yeah, whatever. Now okay, so now we need to understand one thing. See, we are passing the student user schema, right? Now the student user schema will contain ID, full name, email, username, all that thing. Now we need to give a safety check that if the username is same, then we need to give our user a response key that particular username is already exist. Okay, I am doing it with only username. You can do it key. Okay, same email ID student cannot exist twice. Like you can have your multiple check, like multiple security check. Okay, but for that I need to get this particular user collection, because from this user collection I need to match, right? So I need to import that. So how will I import? So from the config dot db I'll import users collection, right? Okay, now what I'll write here, I'll write simple thing. Let's say if users collection dot, I need to find one. So find one with respect to username, and the value will be coming from the request. So request dot username. If this is the case, then I need to raise an HTTP exception error. So HTTP exception, then simple status code 400 details username already exist, right? Okay, now what we need to do, one second step would be to hash the password before we store that, right? So hash the password before we storing, hash the password before storing. Okay, but before that we need to give one more comment here, that okay, it's already suggesting me the comments. Okay, okay, so how will we now hash it, right? For that again I need to import that particular function, right? So from dot hash utils import hash password. Okay, all right. So here what we do simple, let's say simple variable. So hashed password, and then we'll call the function as hash password, and we'll just pass request dot that particular password that the user is giving me. Okay, and then I'll use my users collection and I'll use insert one. This is how I'll insert that first, like that particular user's data to my MongoDB. Okay, here you go. Okay, now I'll just use a tab to get everything. So full name, email, username, password, grade, school, full name, email, username, password, grade, school, role. Is this our model? Grade, school, grade. We have grade and school. We don't have the role. We don't need a role over here. All right. All right. Okay. Done. Now then, a return message that the student account like the student user created successfully. Okay, we save it. So our API endpoint for signing up student is ready. Okay, now what we have to do, in this server folder, we'll create a main.py, and in this main.py, we need to call that router. Okay, so for that, we'll do one thing. From fast API, we need to import fast API, and from the folder auth dot route, right? What will import? Will import that particular router as auth router. Simple. Okay, that's it. Then we need to initialize our app router. So app fast API, our fast API is initialized. Then simple app dot include app dot, I need to use that include router, and then simply call your auth router. Okay, now here you could see that the suggestion is giving me that I can use any prefix as well, but I'm not adding that as of now. Okay, so include router, that's it. And just to check it, I'll still add a simple get endpoint. So app.get, this one. Okay, and I'll add a simple function. Let's say home. This will be quite good. Welcome to the user management API. Okay, that's it. Now we need to run. So uvcorn main app reload, right? Okay, all right. So we need to copy this particular port. We need to wait for our application to start. See, application startup complete. Okay, now we'll come into our postman. I'll just close all my previous work, so I'll just use close all the tabs. Okay, and this one is ours, right? This tutor rag. So let's open this. Okay, so first in this health check, we'll test it first. So send, it should work. Welcome to the user management API. See, now we need to add another request. So add a request. Okay, and this will be a post endpoint. Okay, I'll add this. I need to use sign up student, right? Now here we are using simple where the route. Okay, so here we are taking the data from user in a simple JSON format, right? So what I'll do, I'll just copy this second bracket data, and in my postman, in this body, I'll use it raw, and this is JSON. Okay, so I'll just paste it, and in the position of this request, I'll just put a test data. Okay, so let's say test data, my name. Yeah, this is my name. All right, here my email, you can mail me if you want. Here we go. Username, okay, then password, let's say simple, because we need to test it multiple times. Grade, let's say 10, huh? And school, my school short form, which is HPI. I think okay, I need to make it into quotation. Done. Also this one, quotation. Okay, and I don't need this comma right here. Okay, let's, okay, this one would be a slash. Okay, send. Okay, it's saying any error. It's saying field equal input should be a valid string, detail, body id, full name 3 and 6, but in the model 3. Acha, we have this id, right? Okay, and here is the thing, MongoDB will be generating an id by itself, so I don't really need this id. My fault, sorry. I just comment it out. Okay, okay, let's test it and see if there is any other error. Okay, now it's the different. It's saying type string type location body input should be a valid string. Oh, it's a string, not a number, no? So it has to be within the quotation. Okay, I hope now it's, the grade might cause an issue. Hmm, okay, it's again saying error. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've done some stupid mistake here. Server selection timeout error. Let me check. This is my cluster, tutor rag, and cluster current IP address not added. You will not be able to connect to database from this address. Okay, okay, now it's done. No, I never got this error before. Browse collection. Okay, now let's just save again. Startup complete. Fine. Connect into cluster. Done. Now we'll just send it. Okay, yeah, student user created successfully. Okay, okay, so my IP wasn't added to the MongoDB cluster, so I couldn't connect, right? Okay, we'll take a refresh and you could see the tutor rag, the users, and our first document, and the password is also in a hashed format, the grade, the school, and you could see the ID has been generated by itself automatically. So that's what I was doing wrong, right? Okay, now our second stuff, our second things to do, which to create the sign up endpoint for our teacher, right? So let's do it. It will be quite easy, of course. What we'll do, we'll just copy this one, of course. We'll just copy this one. We'll just, here we'll paste, change it to teacher. Here, teacher user. Okay, sign up user. Here users collection, teacher users collection dot find username. Let's see what this user schema have. It also has a username, right? So users collection dot find name username request dot username http exception. Okay, then I need to change this one. The changes only require full name, email, username, password. So full name, email. So I don't need this grade and school. Okay. You know what? Uh, I will be needing the school, by the way, because the teacher will be of some particular school, right? So we'll just add school right over here. Okay. Route.py school da hash password. Okay. Just change the name to teacher. Everything is pretty much okay. All right. So we'll just save it. Coming to Postman. We'll just copy. Okay. See, it's already exists. So the safety check is also working, right? So we'll save it. It's a good choice to rename, create student. Okay, then what we'll do, we'll click on this three dot, we'll say duplicate. So create student copy, we'll change it to create teacher, and this will be teacher. So teacher. Okay, in the body you could see we have all this thing. Now we need to do some changes. So I'll name one of my teacher here. So let's say mm, one of my teachers, one of my math tuition teacher. Okay, let's keep it 1 2 3 4 5. There is no need of grade. The school, he was also from our school. Okay, so HBI. Okay, done. Then just send. So teacher user created successfully. Okay, if you want to see it, we'll just come here. We'll just where's that refresh? Okay, just refresh. Okay, so he could see full name, school. Okay, now if we come to our this to.txt, you could see we are also done with this one. Now our next step is to create an authentication, what the spelling, function to check if the user is signed up, not like signed up, signed in. Okay, okay. So for that, what we need to do, we need to create a function which will check that if that particular user is authenticated or not. Okay, the question is how will we do that? So right before of this router functions, we'll be creating authenticate function. So def authenticate. Okay, where we'll take credentials of HTTP basic credentials. Okay, so for that we need to import that as well, HTTP basic credentials, because we are using HTTP basic API. Okay, so credential will pass our basic credentials, which will depend the security. Okay, Now I also need to import depends. Not here. Depends is already imported. So now the function simple explanation is authenticates the user using HTTP basic auth. Okay, then in the user record variable, like in the variable, we are choosing that users collection dot find one by the username. So from the username, we are checking if that particular username is exists in the database or not. Then if not, user record or user record of the password, then we need to hash the password. Okay, then that invalid username or password. So we need to check the username as well as the password always. Then return the credential dot username. That if user record users collection to dot find one dot username, if not user record, that's mean what, if username does not exist or the user record of the password does not exist, which comes from the hashing password of the particular password, will just raise a simple error saying invalid username or password. Okay, and if we do get the username match, then we'll just return that credential dot username. Okay, now using this function, we need to create our login API route. Okay, now this will be quite simple. We just need to router dot, and that's why I don't use this suggestion of VS Code. It's saying dot post, but it will be dot get slash login. Okay, all right, now def simple login function where we'll pass our user, which is coming from this depends, and we'll pass that particular function of authenticate. Okay, then a simple handle user logic, and we'll just simply return welcome the user. Okay, now we'll just save it. Now let's come to Postman. Here we'll make a duplicate of this get endpoint. Okay, and here we'll change it to login user. Okay, and this will be login. Now as you could see, we have like to, for the login we need to authenticate, and for that we need to, like, we have built this particular authenticate function, right? So we can just test this login endpoint like we are passing in a JSON body. Okay, we need to first use our HTTP basic auth. So what you need to do, click on this authorization. From this auth type, select basic auth, and here you could see username and password. Now my username is there, this one. The password has been changed, so I'll just change it to 12345. Okay, send. Okay, invalid username or password. Whoa. Why is that? Username is essence name, yeah. So invalid username or password. What was the password? The password was 12345, right? The username was essence name. So okay, 12345, this should work. It's saying invalid username or password, right? Invalid username or password mean if not user record. So if there is no user record, or or you see, depends security, sorry, security, and fast API dot security depends security is not defined. Security. So okay, all right. So credentials dot username, which is okay. Then user if not the user record or user record of password. So see, what's the problem is if not user record mean if the user record doesn't exist or user record password is not equals to the hash password. But the thing is, like, how are you taking this password because the password is already hashed? So we need to use this verify password, right? So yeah, I mean it was it's my fault. Sorry. So okay, first we need to import that verify password, right? Yeah. So I'll just verify password or user record password is not is equals to the verify password of that particular password. Okay, save. Now in Postman I'll just run this internal server error. Okay, verify password missing one require a positional argument hashed password. Okay, so verify password requires the plain password as well as the hash password, right? Okay, so what will we do here? We'll do one simple thing, that see this verify password will pass return decrypted. Okay, okay, so if not or okay, we can just change it a bit. Just so what we can do, if not the user record or we not verify password and credential password is there for sure, we also be needing we will also need user record of that particular password. Okay, save. Now in Postman I'll send it. See, welcome, there it is. Okay, now you can also return in a more professional way rather than just returning credential.username. We can return like everything, right? So how we can do it, let me show you how we can return everything. So return curly brace and here we can do like this, username of user record, username, full name, email. Okay, and in Postman we'll just send. See, welcome, username, this. Okay, all right. So our whole authentication is done. So D. Okay, export login API routes, its won't be post, it will be get. Okay, okay, now one more thing I will show you, which was I'll just copy this particular endpoint and here I'll write in space of this login docs. Okay, and fast API will like fast API gives you this liberty to test your API endpoint like this, right? So see, post sign up request, you can easily test your API endpoint like this over here. So first you open this accordion. Okay, then let's say you want to try it out, right? So click on this try it out and here you can put your value. So I'll just put this value only, string, execute, say post string string string, and if I come to here, like if I come here, and there supposed to be here's supposed to be a refresh button. I think this one. Yeah. Okay. See, string string string. Okay. Now if you want to get it here, open this one. We're going to try it out, right? So we'll try it out. Application JSON, execute. See, username, password. So it was string 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 sign in. Okay, get it? Welcome, username string, full name string, email string. So this is how you can also test it out if you don't want to use Postman in any case, but I'll suggest using Postman is the like the more professional way. Okay. Okay, we'll save this. Now we are done with our authentication module. Okay, and our next module will be our upload document modules. All right, so before we start coding our upload module, where we'll code for our uploading document modules, through which we'll upload our PDF documents and we'll generate embedding vector for response generation, right? We need to have this one simple tweak that in this Postman where we tested, like where we created this particular employee, you could see we are passing full name, email, username, password, grade, and school, right? And these are the fields kept that we have kept in our schema, right? But you could see we didn't keep a role, right? And the reason is anyone then can test from Postman and they can just easily give a role, and they can bypass the system and they can make a full of our system that okay, even if this guy a student, they can pass the teacher thing, right, with that particular slash student API. Okay, so that's why we'll add that check through our sign up function. So in our route, what we'll do in that particular slash sign up slash student, right, we'll simply add another field here with role, because we need some field to navigate that okay, this particular feature will be for our student, and this feature will be for our teacher, like quiz generation. Then upload document will be for teacher, but quiz generation, asking for chat, for summary will be for student. Okay, so student. Okay, again I'll just add another role here. So whenever this API will be used, they will be anyway student or teacher. They don't have to pass that particular field. Okay, done. Now also I need to add this to this authentication function, right? So here I need to add this, let's say, role, user record of role. It's showing me an error. Where exactly? Okay, so I'll just save this, and Yeah, there was some error saying the request dot grade in the line 42. So in line 42, request dot grade. So we need to add a comma. Here we go. Okay, right now in the postman, what we'll do, we'll just create a new user. So are changing the email a bit, and rest will be keeping same. Okay, so send. Student created successfully. Now in the login user with this. So here I'll just send, and you could see we have role. Okay, so we have officially created a student with the role student. Okay, so now whatever feature we create, we can navigate. Okay, this feature will be accessible to the role student. Okay, and this is will be same for the teacher as well. Okay, now that it's done, now we can create our API route for upload document, which will be only accessible for our teacher. Okay, now we're going to build the most important part of our AI teaching assistant, right, which is that whole vector store pipeline. And this is where we need to upload our PDFs. We need to extract our text. We need to create chunk. We need to embed and generation, like generate our vector from the from those chunk. Then we need to store them into our Pinecone, and we'll store only the metadata and some small parts of our document in the Pinecone, but the main text will store in the MongoDB. Okay, and before we start with the code, let me first create a new folder as, let's say, docs. Okay, here I'll create a file, vectorstore.py. Okay, so before we start with the imports and all that thing, let me first give you the architecture. Okay, like a simple flow. So we'll have the PDF. Okay, and first we need to chunk. So chunk, after chunking, we need to store our full text storage into a MongoDB, right? So MongoDB, which is full text storage, and then our Pinecone, where we'll store embedding plus metadata. Okay, I shouldn't write it like that. Let me just make it tab. Okay, so this would be the proper flow. Okay, I'll just comment it out. Yeah. Okay, and you can say that as a that we are using a dual store strategy. The reason you could say that, see, Pinecone should only store the vector embeddings and the small metadata. But when you have large number of PDFs which has a large number of paragraph, the best practice would be store them as a chunk in a NoSQL database. Okay, so here we are using MongoDB. If you want to use anything else, you can use that. So for in our MongoDB, we'll store the full chunk text, the page number, source, role, grade, everything. Okay, and it will give you the opportunity for a better scalability, cheaper storage, better retrieval control, and a bit of clean architecture. Okay, so now we'll start with the imports, right? So all right, so now we'll need to import, right? So I have copied all the import statements because we have a lot. Okay, so import OS, import time, it's simple. Import Asyncio for to async our multi-thread operations, right? And from pathlib import path to get our proper path where we'll be storing our PDFs. Then dot from dot env import load dot env, and this is to retrieve the environment variables from our .env files, right? Then from Pinecone, we need to import our Pinecone configuration. Then from LangChain community, LangChain text splitter, and LangChain Google GNAM, we need to import PyPDF loader, recursive character text splitter, and Google generative AI embeddings for our individual works. Okay, now another thing, as we said that we need to store our MongoDB collection, right? So what we need to do in our db.py, what will we do? Simple, sorry, chunk collection db will use. I think we should use document or text. Let's keep it text. Okay, let's save this. All right. Now here, what will we do? As per this auth folder, how we have used this, how we have import now config.db, we'll use the same technique to import here. So from config.db import chunk collection. Okay, this is done. Now we need to set up our environments, right? So for that, we first need to call our load.env, then our Google API key os.getEnv, this one, and whatever name you'll be adding in your .env file, please use that. Okay, Google API key. Okay, and I'll just copy this and I'll paste it multiple times. Okay, now for the first one we'll use, which would be our Pinecone API key. Okay, Pinecone API key, same, we'll change this name to Pinecone. Now the second would be, like the third would be our Pinecone environment. Okay, so Pinecone env, here as well we need to add Pinecone env. Now you should set the environment in your .env file, but by default I'm using US East 1. You can use that in your .env file as well. Okay, US East 1, and not as well. This is what you have to use. I'm just showing you just for an example. I'm not showing you the .env file. Okay, now here Pinecone, we need the Pinecone index name. Okay, so here what will we do? Again, just put the name Pinecone index name. Let's say by default tutor, right? Tutor rags. Okay, all right. And one more thing we need to give here, which is that os.environ, where we'll simply add our Google API key, which will be for our embedding model. Google API key, Google API key. Okay, so all these things done. Our Google API key, Pinecone API key, index name, all things done. Now we need to upload our directory, right? So for that, what will we do? We need to decide an upload directory. So upload dir, we'll keep it here, because as of now we are storing our uploaded document in a folder, but of course the best option would be to store in an S3 bucket or upload PDF or Cloudinary, this such software. Okay, so os.make dirs, I'll just pass the upload directory, and exist okay will be true, mean if this particular folder exists we won't create, but at the first time when this upload directory won't exist, that's the only time when we'll create that particular directory. Okay, so when a teacher uploads PDFs, we'll temporarily store those PDFs locally before we process and we pass the data to our Pinecone and our Mongo. Okay, now after this basic setup, we need to create our Pinecone global function. Okay, now before that, let me show you the. Okay, so this is my Pinecone database. Okay, so here you could see I have my tutor class, medical index, and RBAC medical. Okay, so the moment I'll run my code after coding the whole uh, program, I'll be seeing that tutor rags as a new index here. Okay, so first let's clear our whole vector store module. Okay, so now we need to, let me just add a comment, Pinecone global upsert function. Okay, this will ensure that Pinecone connection is initialized only once and we don't have to reconnect at every request, and this will overall gonna improve our application performance. That once you start the application, your Pinecone get connected. After that, it's all just a cakewalk. Okay, so we'll design that. So first, my Pinecone, let me define this as a none. Okay, then the index, again I'll define it as a none. Okay, then we'll create the function as get Pinecone index. Okay, so what we're gonna do ultimately, just let me give you a brief. First we're gonna check, okay, the Pinecone index we have in our environment, is it already exist in our Pinecone database? If not, then and only we'll create. If it's exist, then we don't have to create, simple as that. So what we're gonna do, a global variable, right? So global pc and index, right? Then if this index is none, right? If this index is none, then pc call our Pinecone function, simply pass the API key, which is this Pinecone API key. Okay, and then same format, index, we need to connect, right? So pc dot need to connect with our index, we'll just simply pass our Pinecone index name. So first we connect with our Pinecone API key, then with that particular variable we need to connect our index. So pc dot index with our Pinecone index name, then simply we need to return the index. Okay, this will, what I said, this will ensures that our Pinecone connections initialized only once, so that we don't have to connect it every damn request. Okay, now we need to design our core function, which is that load vector store function, which will be an async function. Okay, so async def load vector store. Okay, now what this particular, first let me just pass. Okay, now what this function will accept as a parameter or as an argument, right? So first of all, of course, uploaded files, right? Then the role, which will be the string, then doc id, which will be again string like the document id, right? Then grade, because as per grade this accessibility will work. Okay, so doc id grade. Now we'll remove this pass. So again, one more time, this function will accept uploaded files, roles, is it a teacher or a student? It has to be a teacher, right? Then it will also accept the grade, also the doc id, like which doc id you want to assign for which particular grade, this one. Okay, now the first step would be, let me just comment it out. Okay, first step would be for us initialize our embedding model. Okay, so simple variable embed model where we'll call our Google Generative AI embedding function, and we'll simply pass the model name that we're going to use, which will be models slash Gemini embedding 001. Okay, this is the embedding model that we'll use, which will convert our text to a vector embeddings. Okay, now after that, space is unnecessary. So after that, our next step would be to get Pinecone index, because this is where we need to store this embedding, like this embedding vector, right? So Pinecone index, we'll call that function get Pinecone index. Okay, this is the only time we'll run this. Okay, then we need to loop through uploaded files. Okay, let me just paste it. So first you initialize your embedding model, then you get the Pinecone index. So first you initialize your embedding model, then you stabilize the connection with your Pinecone index. Now whatever files been uploaded, you need to loop through that. Okay, to text, to extract the text, then chunk, then embed, right? So what we'll do first, for file in uploaded files, right? First we need to store the raw files. Okay, so if I have to write it like that as a comment, so save raw file. Okay, okay, save raw file. How will you do that? Define a variable save path, call our path, pass the upload directory that we are using here, upload directory, then file dot file name. So this will give us the path where we have temporarily stored our uploaded document. Okay, then with open, we need to open that, pass our save path, permission would be write wb as f, then f dot write. Okay, file dot file, file dot file would be read, right? So this will help us to save our raw file. Okay, now after that we need to store. So store the, not store, after we save our raw file, we need to load our PDF, right? So load PDF text. Okay, so how we do that? Simply another variable called loader, we'll call our PyPDF loader that we have imported. So PyPDF loader, and we'll simply pass our save path, but with a string format. Okay, so we'll first string and we'll pass our save path right over here. Okay, now after that, in our documents we need to load. So loader dot load. So this will help us load our PDF text into these documents. Okay, now like once you extract the whole text, you need to chunk it, right? So chunk the text. Okay, we need to chunk this text. For that, again, let me take a variable splitter where we'll call our recursive text splitter function. Okay, now what would be the chunk size? I'll be keeping it as 500. You can change it as per your wish. I'll be keeping it as chunk size. Chunk size means the 500 character of chunk. Okay, simple as that. Also, there is another important parameter which is called the chunk overlap. Wait a minute, overlap. I'll be keeping it at 50. Now, what this overlap mean? Let's say you have a two paragraph of 500 characters. Okay, but the last, but like it could happen now. How you broke a long paragraph into two chunks? It could be that the first paragraph last couple of words and the second paragraph first couple of words could be in the same relation, right? So when you are using the chunk overlap 50, so this will help our LLM to give a understanding, okay, this could be a two separate chunk, but the first chunk last couple of portion and the second chunk first some portion could be related, so the response will be much more curated. Okay, all right, so once we define our whole splitter, we need to define our chunks. So chunks, where we'll simply call our splitter dot split document, where we'll pass our stored documents. Okay, that's it. So our chunking is done. Now we need to add a guard condition. Now what is that? Wait, guard condition, I'll just comment it out. Okay, what will happen? So if there is no chunks, we simply need to print that no text extracted from file name. Okay, and a simple skipping text. Okay, and then continue to the next file. Okay, so what will happen, that some PDFs could be having images. So some PDFs are just scanned images or some handwriting, which we are not catering in this video. So what will happen, this will help for a guard role. Okay, this all, like this whole PDF has images, no text, so we are not gonna extract any image. We don't have user implementation in here. That's why this will prevent the whole application for crashing. Okay, and also if someone uploaded a blank PDF, it will also give us an image. Okay, there is no text in that particular PDF. Okay, now comes to our dual store strategy, right? So our dual storing. Okay, so everything is done. So we have chunked our whole document, right? Now we need to store into our MongoDB. Okay, all right, so how will we do that, right? So let's make it 5.1. store full text in MongoDB, right? So first, my chunk docs, let's initialize with a blank array where we'll be passing our store, like our chunk documents. Okay, for I and my chunk in the enumerate of chunk that we have defined earlier. Okay, now chunk docs that we defined as a blank array dot will append. What will append and which format will we append? We'll pass chunk ID. So chunk ID would be in the format of the doc ID. Okay, so doc ID and the number of iteration. So doc ID could be, let's say, resume PDF, so resume dot one, like this kind of format. Then our doc ID, which is our doc ID. Doc ID will be the simple that document ID, right? Okay, then our text would be that whole chunk dot page content we have. Okay, and then page mean the page number, right? So here we need to get an integer value, so chunk dot metadata dot get simple get the page. Okay, otherwise by default the 0. Okay, then we also need to store the source, so source would be file dot file name. Okay, then grade, which would be the grade itself, and the role, which would be the role itself. Okay, that's it. In this format we will store our document to a MongoDB. Okay, now one more thing, if the chunk documents is there, chunk collection dot insert many chunk docs. Simple. So our MongoDB now storing the full chunk text, the page number, the source file, role, and the grade, and this will help us for the access control, filtering, and retrieving the full content later on. Okay, so first we are defining in which format we will be storing the data, and later if chunk docs is present, then we are just inserting that to our chunk collection, which we define in our db.py. See, okay, we'll save this one. All right, now our second step would be to define the 5.2 would be create embeddings, right? This will be quite simple. So another variable as embeddings where it will be an await, so essential dot to thread, where we'll simply pass our embed model, because within a function I am trying to call an API, so I need to make it at this async await. Okay, so here I need to pass the embed model dot embed documents, then pass the texts. Need to pass the await embeddings, so it equals to await text. All right, now after this creating that whole embedding, we need to upsert our Pinecone, right? So upsert Pinecone, what we'll do, we'll first define an ID. Let's say IDs will be my doc ID, for I, so for I in the range of my all created, so length of embeddings. Okay, so this quotation should stop here, and we need to clear this from here. Okay, embeddings. Now we need to define the metadatas. Okay, first clean and add the whole format, right? So what we're going to do here, from here we're going to copy this one, and we're going to paste it right over here. Doc ID will be doc ID, source will be file name, grade will be grade, role will be role, page will be page. Here the page need to be changed, and text, we won't be storing text here, right? So we need to remove the text, and for the page we need to change this one. So here for every chunks we need to get our metadata as per the page we are in. Okay, so page into be the chunks of I. For every iteration of chunk, dot the metadata, and we need to get as per the page. So page, and by default would be 0. Okay, this is how we'll be getting our page. And after that we need to observe that. So for I in range len embeddings. Okay, that's it. And after that, at last we need to call for that function. So Pinecone index dot observed, this observed function, where we'll pass our vectors and we need to zip it. So zip, we need to pass our IDs, our generated embeddings, and the metadatas. Okay, now this will make it easy for us to observe, and that's it. So now our Pinecone only stores the vector embedding and the small metadata, not the full text, and this will keep our vector database clean and optimized. Okay, now for the final print, that the final output, right? So this was the function, so I should write it here. Okay, so we need to print successfully indexed for file name. Okay, done. So my complete vector store.py is completed. Okay, now it's saying text is not defined. Let me just fix this. Okay, so text of chunk.page content. Okay, oh, okay, we needed to store that whole page content for every chunk into a text. Okay, and that we need to pass. All right, so now we are done with our vector.py. Okay, so now we need to build the fast API route, which will accept a PDF, which will validate it, and which will generate a document ID as per that uploaded document. Then that will send to our vector ingestion function, and it should also handle some error, and finally this will return a clear JSON response, right? So what we're gonna do, we first within this docs folder, we're going to create a file as route file route.py. As you could see, for our auth folder we also had the route.py to export our API endpoint. So to keep the code structure similar, we'll name the file route.py again here. Okay, first we need to import, right? So from fast API we'll import API router, then upload file, then file, then we need to upload form and HTTP exception. Okay, then our main vector store pipeline function, right? So from dot vector store we need to import our load vector store function. Okay, then import UUID to generate our document ID. Okay, so again, why we imported this stuff? API router to modularize our routes, upload file to accept files, file and form, this import for our multi-part form data, HTTP exception for proper error handling, our load vector store function, and UUID to generate unique document ID. Okay, now after that we need to initialize our router, right? So router is equals to, we'll call our API router. Let's call this function. Okay, so this will allow us to include this router inside our main fast API app, right? Like the same that we have done for our auth module. Okay, now we need to create the upload endpoint, right? So for that, at the rate our router dot, this will be a post endpoint, so post slash upload docs. Okay, then async def upload docs. Okay, now here we need to pass our some parameters that will be passing to this function, right? So first our file, where we need to pass our upload file. This will be various file object, so file object. Okay, all right. After that, we also need to pass the grade, because we need to assign uploaded PDF to a particular grade for the access. Okay, grade will be the integer from, so from object. Okay, then colon, and then now we can start defining our function. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is before we start defining our function, let's add a proper documentation string which will help which will help us to understand what this particular function does. Okay, so which is called by a documentation string. Okay, so triple quotation like that. What I'm gonna write inside this, simple upload a PDF document and index it into MongoDB full text chunks. Okay, then Pinecone for embeddings only. Done. And finally access is set to public. Now this is important, and let me explain you why. Here you could see we have written that access is set to public by default, and the reason we're going to keep the access public, because see, when a teacher is going to upload a document, that particular, like this particular API will only be used by the teacher. Okay, but the document that the teacher will upload, that needs to be public, because the student also need to access the document. That is the only time, so that, because the student also need to get the information from the uploaded document. So we cannot just make you, okay, as the teacher uploaded the document, so only the teacher will have the access for the document. No, the document should be public, so that the teacher and the student both can access it. Teacher for the upload, student to retrieve data from that. Okay, so what we're gonna do after that, after this, we are going to start with our basic validation. Okay, so first what we are going to do, simple if the file, like first we need to check that if the uploaded document is a PDF or not, because we, as of now, we are not going to support docs or images or any other file format. So we need to add that basic validations. Of course, we need to ensure that this function or this application only accepts PDFs. So we need to prevent any unexpected file format. Okay, so if not file dot file name, we need to lower the extension. Then we need to check with the ends with dot PDF. Okay, now what we are going to do, raise HTTP HTTP exception. Okay, now here we'll simply pass the status code that we want to send. So status code 400, and detail, I wanna pass only PDF files are supported. Simple, supported. Okay, So like this, we have added a basic validation, right? Now after that, we need to add the need to make sure that we need to generate our document ID for every uploaded document. Okay, so let's define a function. Let's say for doc ID we need a string, so uuid dot uuid4 function. So this will generate, and the thing that we said, now we need to make the access role public. So access role public. Okay, access role public. All right, so first we are going to generate unique ID for each document, and this particular ID will be linked to our MongoDB chunks and our Pinecone vector. Okay, and also we need to make our accessible public, as I've said earlier, because later we can change this to student, teacher, admin. Also we need to make the document public so that even student can get like retrieve information from that uploaded document. Okay, now we need to call our vector store function. Simple. Okay, let me add the comment first. Call, sorry, call, sorry, call vector store function, right? So here simply add a try catch block. So try, where it will be an await, cause the function was an async. So load vector store, and we simply need to pass our upload files. So upload files should be file. Okay, then role, here we need to pass the role as access role. Okay, doc id, we'll keep the doc id as doc id, and grade would be grade. Okay, we are done with calling the function. So here what we are passing the list of files, role, document id, and the grade. Okay, and the reason I have said earlier that we have added this await like before the load vector store, because that function was an async function. Okay, and this will help us to this will prevent from blocking the fast API event loop. Simple as that. Okay, now as the try is done, so we need to have an except exception as z. Simple. Then we need to print something, print error during document upload. Okay, pass the e, then press http exception status code. Okay, status code would be 500 for this case, and detail would be fail to process and index the document. Okay, document. All right, this thing is, if something fails in the point of uploading the document, this will help us with our Pinecone error, MongoDB error, and the embedding error. So we need to catch it, we need to log it, and we return a simple 500 error. Okay, now we need to return the response for this function, right? So how are we gonna do that? Simple return. We need to return the message. So sorry, message will be an f string of file dot file name uploaded and indexed successfully. Okay, and then doc id would be doc id, grade will be grade, and access would be access role. Okay, so we are passing this one, and so Frontend now can store the whole doc id for the future operations. right? So this will be the whole scenario, and now let's test it, right? Okay, so so now we need to first create a teacher. So in my Postman, here I'll come, and you could see here we have already created one teacher, right? This as this Dhimanpal, right? So username Dhiman, password was 1235. So I'll be logging. I'll change the name Dhiman. The password would be same 12345, right? Send. It's saying internal server error. Why? It's saying user record role. Authenticate. Okay. As we have changed the schema a bit, right? So we need to create another teacher. So let us create another teacher first. So just a second. In auth, in our route, we need to check how we are creating a teacher. We need to create the role. Okay, no issue. No issue. Role, and we'll add this one. Okay. So now we need to change the email a bit. Okay, let's create the teacher. Username already exists. Okay, so send. Okay, so teacher created successfully. As you can see, username Dhimanpal, password would be that. Okay, so login user, and just need to add Pal here. Send, right? Now you could see welcome, username Dhimanpal, full name Dhimanpal, email, da. Okay, now we need to add that new API endpoint, right? So I'll click in this plus. It will create a new request for me. Okay. Upload document, right? This will be a post. What I should do, it should have like this, but this won't be like that. Okay, acha. Before that, we have forgotten to do one more thing. See, in this main.py, we have added this router, right? We also need to add that router here as well, like for the upload document. So from docs dot route import router as doc router. Okay, then here app dot include router, pass our doc router, simple as that. Then save the function again. All right, now we need to check what was our API endpoint, right? So here our API endpoint was /upload docs. Okay, so upload docs. Okay, and now in the body we need to remove this, and in the from data we need to upload our document here. Okay, all right, so now that we have added our all environment variables, okay, I'm not showing that, but as I have mentioned that we need Google API key, Pinecone API key. Pinecone environment could be this US East one, for the free tier, Pinecone index name, whatever you want. Okay, we have added all of that into our .env file. Right, now we'll come to our Postman. Now before that, we need to check one more thing. Okay, now how we are going to add that, right? So come into this upload document in this from data. Now come here in this route.py. What are the parameter we are passing? We are passing file grade, right? Okay, now here we'll be passing our file. We need to pass grade. Also we need to pass the role. Why role? Because we need to make him understand ki, okay, this is a teacher who is trying to upload this. Okay, so role, Now this file would be a file. Here in the text file, we'll upload, let's say this PDF. Okay, grade. I'll keep the grade as, let's say, 1, and the role as teacher, right? Now let's upload. Let's see if there is any issue or not. There could be some error. We need to fix that if there is any. Let's wait. Okay, failed to process and index the document. All right. Okay, we need to check. It's saying that HTTP response headers, body code not found, message resource tutor rags not found, status. All right. Okay. In the vector store, we have tutor rags, right? So here it's saying tutor rag not. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so in this project now, we're going to create the index manually, right? So I forgot to create the index first. All right, so let's first create the index. Okay, so click on this create index. Now we're gonna name it as tutor rags. This will be manual configuration. Okay, this will be a dense one. Metric would be 3072 because the embedding model we are using, Gemini Embedding 001, this have a vector dimension of 3072. Okay, now metric would be cosine, capacity mode serverless, cloud provider AWS, region US East. Okay, then create the index. This is gonna take some time, not too much. Index is initializing, and here we go. Okay, let's click here, and we'll be seeing our tutor X right over here. Okay, all right. Now we'll come here. You'd see that our name was tutor rags US East 1, right? Let's save this one more time. Come to our Pinecone. Now let's send it and check the terminal. What's gonna show here? Okay. All right. So successfully indexed supratimnak.pdf. Okay. Now if we check our Postman, you could see message. Okay, our message was a bit wrong. Uploaded and indexed successfully. Doc ID was this one, grade is 1, access is the public. Okay, why the message is like this? If string, sorry, this should be here now. Sorry. Okay, now let us upload another PDF. Okay, let's say this diabetes PDF, right? Send. Well, let's see, diabetes.pdf uploaded and indexed successfully. Doc ID this, grade 1, access public. Okay, let's save this. Also save this test as well. Now we'll come to our Pinecone, right? Click on this tutor rags. Okay, now here you could see we have our doc ID uploaded. For the diabetes.pdf, we have this many pages. Also for our, how many we have right now? This is the these are the top 10 results, right? Okay, okay. Okay, record count 30. All right, now come to our MongoDB. Let's see, have we successfully added the document here or not. Otherwise we also need to check is connecting with the cluster. Tutor rag. Okay, you could see the text the text collection, and here we are seeing that the text, because this supratimnag.pdf was a CV, right? So that's why the text is something like that. Chunk ID, document ID, role is public as of now. Okay, if we scroll a lot, you could see the diabetes PDF we have as well. Okay, so this is how we are uploading our document into our Pinecone as well as into our MongoDB. Okay, now in our next video we are going to create the functions and the route, like the API outs, to ask queries from our loaded documents. Okay, in this video we'll complete our chat query module, where as per the uploaded document any student will be able to ask a particular questions, right? So for that, first what we're gonna do, we're gonna add another collection, right? So let us first comment it properly. The document collection. Now here this would be chat collection. Okay, and here I'll add a collection name, right? So I'll name it as chat history collection. Okay, so dv chat history. Okay, and then we need to create another folder under which we'll add our whole chat query module. Okay, so within this server we'll add, let's say, chat folder. Within this we'll be having our chat query, chat query.py. Okay, so first we need to import our dependencies. So these are the dependencies that we'll be needing: OS Asensio, load.env, Pinecone, Google Generative AI embedding, prompt template to properly structure our prompt, chat Groq, as we are using Groq LLaMA versatile for our LLM, and the chunk collection, as we need to retrieve the context from our chunks. Okay, all right, now environment, right? So simply call load.env. Okay, now after that we need to call all our required environment variables, right? So these are the variables that we'll be having: Google API key, Pinecone API key, Groq API key, Pinecone index name using the os.getEnv, and we'll be stored them in this particular variable, and also Google API key in the environment, cause we'll be needing that to access our Google embedding model. Okay, now after that we need to initialize our Pinecone client. So cause first we need to connect with the Pinecone client, and then, because the moment you will ask a query, we need to embed that, we need to pass that to a vector database, we need to retrieve the chunk. As per that retrieve vector chunk, we need to retrieve some document or some context from MongoDB. So we need to work with the Pinecone and the MongoDB at the same time, or sync wise. Okay, so we need to initialize the Pinecone client, right? So again I'm going to use this simply variable PC, then I'm going to call the Pinecone function Pinecone, and I'm going to pass the API key. So API key would be our Pinecone API key, simple. And then we need the index, so index would be PC dot index, and we need to pass the Pinecone index that we have, Pinecone index name, and this will be enough to connect. Okay, now we need to initialize our embedding model. Okay, so embed model, and to call that we'll be using our Google Generative AI embedding. So call this, and here we'll need to pass the model that we want to use. Simple. models slash Gemini embedding 001. Now here I'm using Gemini as this is a free one. Now if you want to use GPT, Claude, like Anthropic or Mistral, you just need to make sure that the function you are using, the input you are using, that's a bit of change. The model name you are using, that should be changed. Okay, rest the structure will be same. Okay, now we have defined, let me just add a comment. Define our embedding model. So in first we initialize our vector database like our Pinecone client, then define LLM model. How we'll do that? Simply use LLM as a variable, call our chat Groq. For OpenAI, this would be chat OpenAI. For Anthropic, chat like chat Anthropic, chat Mistral, depends on what model you want to use. Simple. Okay. Now here we need to pass some parameter. Now first parameter will be the temperature. Temperature means the amount of flexibility you or the versatility in the retrieve context or the retrieved answer, not context, in the retrieve answer. Generally for the average case we'll keep it 0.3. okay, then we need to pass the model name, and the 0.3 gives you the average versatility in your retrieved answer. Okay, then we need to pass the model name which you want to use, which model name. This would be LLaMA 3.3 70B versatile model. If you want to check how many model you can use, just go through the Groq website to check what are the models you can use. Okay, and then we need to also pass our Groq API key. Okay, now here simply pass the Groq API key. That's it. So now through this we have defined our LLM model as well. Now one more thing we need to do, we need to define chat prompt. Okay, so step by step. So let me just make it a count. First step, initialize, define the embedding model, define the LLM model. Now define our chat prompt. Okay, how will we do that? I'm gonna name it as rack prompt. Okay, rack prompt, and here we are going to use the prompt template. So prompt template, then from template. Okay, and under within this we need to pass our proper prompt that we want our model to be catered with. Okay, so we are going to use this particular prompt. All right, so let's see what is here. So you are a helpful educational assistant. Answer the question using only the context below. Question context, if relevant, mention the document. So now if you want to cater the teacher response in a certain way, you can also do that, but as of now we're going to keep the prompt like this. Okay, but you can also, of course, you can put it into the GPT and get a far better catered prompt. Okay, now after this step 4, what we need to do, our step 5 would be design the rack chain. Okay, so I'm gonna name it define the rack chain, where let's create the variable, simply pass our rack prompt first, then to create chain, then LLM. That's it. Okay, so now you have created your define the rack chain. Now final is define the chat function. To define our chat function, right? So this will be an async function. So async def define our answer query, chat query, right? So answer query, and what we need to pass, we need to pass the user query, so it will be in a string format. Then the user role that we need to pass, which will also be in the string format, and the user grade, because we need to filter, right, integer. And the response would be in a string, in a dictionary format. So dict. Then you design, right? First again call our embedding model. Why? We need to first generate the embedding of the past query, right? So embedding is equals to, it will be an await asyncio dot to thread for the sync. Then need to pass our embed model. Then need to pass our embed query, right? Embed model dot our embed query, and then pass the query. Okay, so this is how we'll be getting our embedding. Then we need to get the results, and the results mean as per this see, the student ask a query. As per the, we need to pass the query to our embedding model, and we will generate that vector embedding for that particular embedding, like for that particular query. Now we simply need to pass it to our Pinecone vector database to retrieve the top relevant information from our vector database. Simple as that. So it will be retrieve relevant embedding from vector db. Okay, so let's keep it as results. This also will be an await, also will be an asyncio, dot to thread, where we need to pass our index, like our Pinecone index, and need to pass the query, right? Then the vector, and we need to pass the embedding. Okay, then how many relevant chunk you want to get. As of now, we'll want, let's say, top relevant chunk, let's keep 5. Okay, then include metadata for sure. Why? Let me wait. Include metadata would be true. This is mandatory because see, from the metadata we'll be getting our information of that particular chunk ID. We'll use that to extract data from our MongoDB database as well, which we need to pass as a context, right? So include metadata, true. Now we need to filter as per grade. So grade, and there was another which was a role, right? Role, here we need to get the role. So the role would be public, so we don't need to worry about anything, but we'll keep it as a the role in dollar, then it will be a public. Okay, so public, and pass the user role. Okay, so this will give us our results ultimately. And let's also keep a comma over here. That's it. Okay, now this is done. Now let's save it. This will, okay. Now after that, after this results, what you need to do, our next step would be a simple validation check, where let's say if not results dot let's say get the matches, matches. Okay, mean if there is no result found after passing the query that's given by the user, so we need to pass a message saying that no relevant information been retrieved. Simple. Answer would be that no relevant information found. Okay, and then sources should be blank, because if there is no relevant, then sources need to be blank, right? So our validation check has been added. Now after that, we need to get the context. Simple. So for context, first we need the chunk ID. So I'm gonna get retrieve context from MongoDB. Okay, so 4.1, get the chunk ID. Okay, I'm naming it so that, so it's like I'm naming with the comment so that you can understand step by step. So first we need to get the chunk ID, right? So chunk IDs, and we can get that from that results only. Okay, so how are we gonna do that? Let's say we need to run a for loop, of course. So for m in results of matches, results of matches, right? Matches, we need to get that particular chunk ID. So m of id. Okay, so for m in results, so for m in results of matches, we need to retrieve the m of id. Okay, so this is how we'll be getting our chunk ID. Now then we need to get document slash text. Okay, now simple, we define a variable as docs, then in a list format we need to retrieve. So here from chunk collection we need to find as per the chunk ID, right? So we need to pass our chunk ID, and then simply need to put the dollar in to get that within as per the chunk IDs. Okay, so first we get the chunk ID, then as per the chunk ID we need to retrieve the document that's been stored in the MongoDB. Cause if I show you our MongoDB for a moment, the text, here you could see we have this chunk ID, right? So from Pinecone we'll be getting the results. If I also show you the Pinecone also, so that you understand how we are retrieving the context as well. So just a moment, right? So we created this index, right? So here, let's say here, okay, so we'll be getting this particular what do you call, this particular response, okay, from which we are taking this particular ID. Okay, as per this ID we'll be searching right over here. Okay, as per this ID we need to search right over here and we'll be getting our responses. Okay, so after we'll retrieve the whole document or the text as per the chunk ID, right? Now first we need to add a simple check again as per our this validation check. We'll just simply copy this one, we'll copy and we'll paste it right over here. Okay, and here we don't need result.match, and we need to add if not doc, mean if there is no document text been retrieved from MongoDB, then we simply need to show a message as context unavailable, simple. Okay, source is blank. Okay, now 4.4. okay, let me add the comment here, validation check. Right now for the 4.4, which would be, we need to preserve the order. Okay, so preserve context order, right? So how are we gonna do it? 4.4.1. okay, all right. So how are we gonna do that? First we need to get we need to get the all the chunk ID from the docs. See, from this first, from ID from vector database, we need to retrieve the chunk ID. See, I'm just messing it up. Okay, first from the vector database we get the ID. We need to map that ID to retrieve all the information from our MongoDB. So once you get the document or the text from MongoDB as per the ID you got from the Pinecone, now you have the context where you have a unordered context of chunk IDs. Right now we need to proper order it. It shouldn't be happen ki one paragraph could be simple way. We need to order our context. It shouldn't be in an unordered format. Right, so we need to order that. So for that, what we're gonna do, we need to first get, okay, what are the IDs we have in this docs. Okay, so for that, let's say I have this variable doc map, okay, where I'm going to get all the chunk ID that exist in this particular doc that has been retrieved from MongoDB. Okay, so here I'm gonna run a loop for D in docs. Now we need to retrieve. What we need to retrieve? We need to retrieve, let's say D. Now this D would be D of chunk ID. Okay, so now in our doc map we have all the chunk ID that exist in the retrieve docs. Okay, now we need to order this all the chunk ID that we have in the doc map. So ordered map, where we need to run a loop again. So let's say for CID, mean the chunk ID in chunk IDs, if CID in doc map. So if a particular chunk ID in chunk IDs, mean if this particular CID in this particular chunk IDs also in this particular docs, then what we are going to do, we are going to retrieve doc map of CID. Okay, and this will give us a proper ordered chunk ID. Okay, so now we have a proper ordered chunk ID, right? Great. Now 4.4.2, here what we need to do, we need to create our context. So context, first let me add some new line, then we'll use the join. Now here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna run the loop again. So for D in my ordered map, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get the text. Simple. So what I did, because in my ordered map I have ordered the chunk ID in a proper format, right? Now I am gonna loop through that particular chunk ID. So for D in ordered map, and for every iteration we'll just retrieve this particular text field. So when I'm gonna arrange my context, now that context will be in the proper format. That's my objective. Once you get the context, you also need to get the sources. So sources will be in the list format, because sources could be multiple. So list under which we're going to run the loop. So another bracket here for D in ordered map, we are going to retrieve the source, right? If you want to see y source, you could see this field source. Okay, now my sources is also ready. Now what I'm gonna do, I am gonna 4.5 gather response. Okay, response, this will be an await co dot to thread. I'll simply pass my rack chain, which consists my embedding as well as the LLM. I'll simply use this invoke. Now I need to pass the question, because in my prompt template I have two parameters that I need to pass, the question and the context. So question would be my query, right? And I have another parameter context, which is just simple context, that's it. Okay, so this will give me my response. Okay, now final step is to get the proper answer. Okay, so this is my answer text, within which we'll be having response dot content calls, because see, when the LLM is going to give you a response, LLM going to give you a response in a, like, with a multiple field, but we cannot show that. We just only need to show the content part. So we need to show the content. So response dot content, if we need to add a check, if it, sorry, content, if this has an attribute call, when if the response have this content attribute, then and only we need to get this response dot content. Otherwise just stringify the response. That's it. Like, this is a safety check to properly get your answer text that we need to show in the front end. Okay, once you're done with this, you simply need to return what we need to return, cause see, the function going to return a dictionary that we wrote over here, right? So we need to return in a proper dictionary format, and in dictionary we'll be returning our answer, which is this answer text, and we need to return sources, which is this sources. That's it. My whole function is ready. Save. Okay, and I have written the whole code comment by comment, step by step, so that you can easily understand that whole function requirement. Okay, so now we need to create the API route for this function, right? So here we are going to add another route.py. Okay, first again we need to import the dependencies. So API route or HTTP exception from first API, then answer query. Okay, we don't need the generate quiz right now. From chat query, answer query, pydantic, typing, date time, from config.db, we need the chat history collection, all that thing. In the DB, we have chat history collection. Okay, this is showing an error saying auth.route could not be resolved. Why is that? Auth.route authenticate could not be resolved. Authenticate. Yeah, now it's done. Okay, so the first step, okay, so the first step is we need to initialize our router, right? So router, call API router, done, right? Then we simply need to define our API route. Okay, so our router dot, this will be a post endpoint, simply chat, then define our function which will be this chat. Now here we need to pass the user depends pass the authenticate, means we need to make sure that whoever is using it, that person is an authenticated student. So user is equals to depends authenticate, so that user have to be authenticated first. Okay, that's simple. And then our query, which will be the string with proper object, and embed would be true. Okay, so we are passing the proper authenticated user and the query that's been written in the chat UI with embed true, because we need to embed that particular query, right? Okay, now after this, what we need to do, we need to first check if the user role is student or not, like for a simple check. Okay, so if user role not is equals to student, then we need to raise an HTTP exception error. So HTTP exception, right, where we simply need to pass the status code of approx 403, because this is a user side problem. Detail would be, let's say, only student can ask questions. Okay, now this is quite easy. If you want key, okay, no teacher can also, you can just easily modify these functions a bit. Okay, now this validation is done. Now we need to get the response. So response would be an await function where we simply call our answer query function that's we created, right, which accept parameter as query, accepts the role, also accepts grade. Okay, so my response is ready. Now I need to insert this whole chat into our chat history collection. So chat history collection dot insert one by one, so in a proper format, right? So we need first our user ID, which is this user ID. Then we need to provide the timestamp, right? We need to get the timestamp, which would be our datetime dot UTC now. Okay, this is a function that we generally use, UTC now. Okay, now we need to store our query, like the query that's been used. So query, and we also need to showcase, like we also need to store the response. So response would be our response of answer. Okay, finally sources, which is sources, done. So This is how we'll be inserting the data, and at last just simply return the response. Okay, that's it. Now we are going to test into the Postman, right? So first what I'm gonna do in Postman, we are first, okay, first let's run the application, right? So run this. Let's wait for the application to start. All right, so let's first check the health. So send, welcome to the user management API. Okay, now let's see if the login is working or not. Send. Great. Then the chat query that we created recently, we'll add the login here. And first what you're gonna do, you're gonna make sure, okay, so first we're going to create a new student, right? Because the upload document that we have uploaded now, here the grade was 1. We need to create a student first. So let's send it. It's saying username already exists. Okay, so we have already created a student with this particular name. And if you want to check in the database, you could see we have this particular user. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is let's log in, right? So let's come here. Okay, let's send it. You could see the login. Okay, now we need to add the chat endpoint. Chat, this will be the post. Okay, come to the body, raw. Here we need the query, and I'm gonna give summarize the uploaded document. Okay, let's run this. Not found. Okay, so the error is coming as not found. Right, we haven't added our main router, the same mistake I have done in the last video. So from chat dot route import router as chat router. Okay, app include router, enter our chat router. Okay, save it. Done. Right, now let's send it. Let's see what's new error gonna come. Okay, so now it's saying that in route.py in line number 24 we are having this issue with the key error grade. Okay, so answer query, we need to pass the parameter query user of role and the user of grade. So if we reach to the definition of answer query, query user role user grade, right? But this user is coming from this authenticate. After the user authenticates, some data is coming to the user. From that user we need to pass the role and grade. So we need to make sure what we are passing after the authenticate. Okay, so here we are not storing the grade, so we need to store the grade first. So grade would be user record of grade. Okay, comma, save. Let's save it. Why I'm getting this error? During handling of the above exception, Another awkward. I think it's just a normal keyboard interruption error. Application startup complete. Okay. Postman send. Still internal server error. Let's see. It's saying that okay, input to prompt template is missing variable question expected context. Okay. Okay. So we need to reach to chat.firstroute.py where we chat history collection answer query. So in our answer query, input to prompt template is missing variables. Okay, this might be questions. Okay, I'm sorry. Question context. So this is the question. This is the context. So the missing variable is the question. Let's save it again. Now in Postman again, let's send it. I hope now it's fine, but we cannot say anything. But as per the error is saying that we are missing that we have a missing variable called question, right? Okay, another issue. It's saying that it is an invalid API key. Oh god. Okay. Invalid API key. Why is that? We have our Groq API key here, right? Groq API key. Yes, we have our Groq API key. If we see our .env file, we also have our Groq API key here. Very good. So why is that? Which particular API key is missing? Mm, Groq authentication error code 401 invalid. Okay, it's saying invalid API key, right? So I think we should just create another API key to make sure, cause it like this API key must be expired or invalid, something like that. So let us create a new API key. So I'm gonna come to my API keys and I'm gonna create a new one. I'm gonna name it as tutor rag. Expiration 7 days. Submit. Okay. Then okay. So I have copied my API key. I'll come here into the .env file. I'm just pasting the particular API key. Okay. I'm gonna remove the API key anyway, so that's why I'm open to see it. Okay. And even if you are going to use Pinecone API key, this one I'm going to delete the index. So no use to use these API keys anyway. Okay, but still we need to check the model we are using, by the way. So here we are using LLaMA 3.3 versatile. The spelling could be wrong, so the best option is we come here, we check which we are going to use. So we are going to use the versatile, right? So 70 billion versatile. Yeah. So let us copy this name and paste it here so that we don't create any other trouble. Let's save it. Now if we send it, let's see. It's still saying internal server error. Okay, now the another problem in the route.py is that line number 28, user ID, right? Again, we are not passing the user ID. Okay, okay. Are we not passing the user ID? Okay, so you are passing username, role, grade, email, and full name. So the full name and email is not necessary, but we need to pass the user ID. So we're gonna pass the user ID. This would be a string format. So user dot get, from MongoDB we have this like this ID. Okay, user dot get da, 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 da. Okay, we have to use user record. Let's save this one. Again, let's try. My whole day was API testing. I hope this one's gonna work. Again, okay. Now the issue is in the line number 24, right? In the route line number 24, that dict object is not callable. Okay. So mm, mm, mm. So what we can do here, what we can do, can change this particular authenticate function a bit. Okay, so for that we'll change this to user. So user is equals to users collection dot find one. Okay, then if there is no user, or not verify password credential, here we just need to make it user dot get. Okay, and this just have to be within of the first bracket. Okay, now same for this one. What we need to do, username. Okay, we don't need the full name and email as of now, so I'm gonna remove this. No need to work for extra. Get role, red, and same here dot get. Let's run this and let's see what's gonna work or not. All right, now finally we got our answer. You could see answer: the uploaded document appears to be a resume detailing the education, experience, technical skill, and extracurricular activities. Sources: supratimnath.pdf, which is this particular upload document. Okay, not this one, the previous one, right? Because the like before the diabetes we have uploaded the um Supratim Nag, that resume. Okay, but now for the diabetes, if I want to get, so what I'm gonna ask simple query, what is diabetes? Okay, let's see what's we're gonna get. See, now we have this particular sources and this particular answer. Okay, so our chat query module is done. Next, we'll be seeing the whole quiz generation module. Okay, all right. So now we need to we need to add the quiz generation answering module. Okay, we'll be adding that in this particular chat query and route.py files as well. Okay, so what are the changes that we need to do? That is the most important thing, right? So in this chat query.py, what we need to do? Okay, so first let's start with the config, right? So we need to add some new collections right over here. So quiz collection, right? So first would be our quizzes collection, which is db dot quizzes. Okay, simple. Second would be our um, quiz history. Okay, db dot history. Simple. Save. Right now in the chat query, the first change we need to do, like here we have the rack prompt, right? We like same we need to have our quiz prompt. So what are you gonna do? We're gonna write here quiz prompt. So quiz prompt template. This will be like similar to the normal chat query. Okay, so this will be from template, and here we need to paste our quiz prompt. Okay, so as of now what we have done, you are a text generating assistant. Using the context below, generate number of questions which we need to pass. Multiple choice questions, format strictly as this question 1 ABC, correct answer A, context this. Okay, so now here I have catered the prompt like that. If you want key, like you understood now that this is how you can easily modify as per your requirement. You can create key multiple single type questions, normal question answers, MCQs, whatever you want. Okay, now we again need to create a quiz rack, like a quiz chain. Okay, so quiz chain where we'll pass our quiz prompt and our LLM. Okay, now after that what we need to do, we'll simply copy this particular function first. Okay, copy, paste it right over here. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna change the name. So this would be quiz generation. Okay, and what you're going to pass, we're going to pass the query, the user role, the user grade. Okay, but hey, we are not going to pass a query, we are going to pass the topic, right? So topic would be the string. Also we need to pass the number of question you want, right? So number questions, which will be in the form of integer, but by default I am going to keep it 3. Okay, right? Now the step would be same. First we need to generate our embedding. So embedding essential dot to thread embed model embed query here I need to pass the topic. Okay, done. Now the results. Again, Asensio to thread index.query vector embedding top k. Here I'll be top k5. Okay, include metadata through filter grade, user grade, role. Same, same. Validation check. Now here, if no, like if result dot get matches, if there is no result, then we should add quiz here. Um, we know relevant information found to generate quiz. Okay, simple. Then our next thing all would be same, our chunk id, our doc, our here again, if not docs, we should in the space of answer we should show quiz context unavailable for generate unavailable to generate quiz. Okay, then again doc map, order map, context, sources, all would be similar. Okay, then in the response, here we are having the rack chain, but in the quiz we will be needing our quiz chain. Okay, then in the form of the question, we cannot have this question here, right? So we'll be having our number of question, and here just simply pass the num question. Okay, and we also need the context anyway, so that's not the issue. So yeah, that's the thing. And then in the position of answer text, we need quiz text response dot content, um, if has attribute content, else content. Okay, now return, we need to return the quiz, right? So quiz, and in the place of answer text we need quiz text. Okay, done. Our whole quiz generation function is ready. Okay, now we need to create the API routes. Right, so now in this routes.py, where we need to create the API route for our quiz modules, right? Like for our quiz sections. So first we need to import the collection that we created in the db.py, where we'll store our quiz collections and our quiz history. So first we need to import them. So from this config.db, right? The name was quizzes collection and quiz history, right? So wait a minute, config.db import. Okay, quizzes collection. So we're gonna need this, and we're gonna need the quiz history. Okay, so after we import this, now what we have to do, see, we need to first define the model of quiz, like how we have defined the model for our user, we have to define the module for our quiz, right? So I'm gonna do this right over here, not gonna create a new file for that. So simple class, let's say for the quiz request. Okay, here as we need to pass our base model, so I'm gonna pass the base model, and then I'll pass here the topic, because we need to pass the topic as a string format, and also we need to pass the number of questions. number of questions, which would be an optional integer, but we need to keep 3 as a by default. Okay, so quiz request base model topic string num questions, and like number of questions optional integer would be by default 3. Okay, now this will be the quiz request model schema, like the data model. Now for quiz answer request, here we'll again wanna pass our base model, and this would be our quiz id, which is the string format, and our answers, which is the list format, list of string. Okay, this will be our whole data model for our quiz models. Okay, now we need to define our API routes. Now for our first API route, which will be the normal quiz API route, which where we'll request for a quiz, right? So for that, router dot post, and we'll keep the API route as quiz, and this we'll use when we want to create a new quiz for a particular topic. Okay, so first thing that we need to do is, of course, first define the function async def. Let's make it quiz. Okay, now what we are going to pass, we're going to pass the request, and the request will be our particular this quiz request model, right? So request would be quiz request, so quiz request. Okay, then also as per the chat endpoint, we need to authenticate the user. So user depends, and we need to pass our authenticate. Okay, now the first thing is we need to check if the user is a student or not, right? Which is just similar to this particular endpoint. So we'll just copy this one and we'll paste it over here. So let me just put an enter. Okay, so if user is not role, like if the user role is not student, then we need to raise a exception that only student can, here student can quizzes. Okay, this validation is done. Now we need to take the response. So response, this will be an await. So response await, we need to call our function, our generate quiz. Okay, for chat query, our function name was quiz generation, right? So await. Okay, quiz generation, we haven't imported that, so quiz generation. Okay, now here let's call the function quiz generation. Okay, within that we need to pass our request dot topic, like on which topic we want to generate the quiz, then our the user role, then the user grade, and then request dot the num question, or like as per this particular topic how many number of quiz they want, right? Now this will give us the data and we'll store that into the response variable, right? Now we need to add some more fields which we are going to insert into our MongoDB database. So let's say quiz doc, where in this dictionary, let's say we'll be having our user ID. Okay, user ID will come from user ID, and we need to take timestamp will come from date time, dot datetime dot UTC now. UTC now function. Okay. Then we need to insert our topic, which will be the simple request dot topic, and we need the quiz data, right? So quiz data, which is coming from this response of quiz. Okay. And finally the sources, which again going to come from our response dot not dot normal sources. Okay, now this is our quiz talk, and now we are going to insert this. So result, another variable where we'll call our collection. So our collection was quizzes collection dot insert one, pass our quiz talk, right? This is done. Then we need to simply return will be our quiz, which is of course response quiz, and sources, which is sources, and of course quiz id, which is the string of result dot inserted id. Okay, so now that we have created that quiz endpoint, so let us first test it. So I'll get into cd server, then I'll run the command. So this one, and we have already our tutor rack running, like our MongoDB clusters is connected, right? So what I'm gonna do, this is done. So this was our chat query that we tested. So I'm gonna create a duplicate endpoint, same to this one. All right, so we have this chat query copy now, right? And we'll make this to quizzes. Okay, so before we get a quiz, we first need to authenticate. So login, and for this particular authorization we'll send it. Okay, so this is working. So this is my user id, all this perfect. Now we'll change this to post, and we'll change this one to quiz. Okay, but here what we're gonna do, we're gonna change this to topic, and we're gonna make this to diabetes disease. Okay, all right, let's see if there's any error or not. Yeah, it's saying an error. Why is saying an error? Now questions, troubleshooting visits, invalid prompt input. If you intended num question to be a part of string and not variable, please scope in double curly brace. It's like this. Oh, all right. So the error comes at for num questions. So I think most probably in the chat query.py where we have this num questions. Okay. You know what, let's make this num questions first. And what we have to do, we just have to make sure we chain where we are invoking, this also should be num questions. That's right. And in the route.py here, quiz, yeah, endpoint is perfect. Input to prompt template, the issue would be in the prompt template. Prompt template dot prompt template num questions, generate num question, missing variable num questions. Okay, expected context and num questions. So okay, so this one should be here num questions. Okay, all right. Now in the postman we'll send it again. Yeah, I guess now it's gonna work. Okay, still has an issue. Questions. Okay, the spelling was wrong, right? So I'm gonna start it again. Send. Yeah. Now you could see we got our quiz of question 1. What is the primary method of determining diabetes in children and non-pregnant adults? Then as per the new line, we have option A, fasting blood glucose, option B, option C, and option D. Then our second question, question 2, and question 3, right? And then we also have this correct answer B. Okay, sources diabetes pdf quiz id. Now if you want to check this in our database, we'll refresh this, and in tutor rag you could see we have this new collection of quizzes, right? And here we'll check this one, topic diabetes disease. We got this one question, and we have this one sources, we have this one source. Okay, and this is our complete quiz format. You could see question 1, question 2, question 3, and finally the correct answer, which is the B. Okay, now, and correct answer after every questions, right? Okay, now what we're gonna do, we need to create our quiz check API route, which will help us, like, see, after we generate the quiz, the user, like the student, going to choose some options, then we need to check the answers as well, right? So now we need to create the API route for that. Okay, so how are we gonna do that, right? So in the route.py, what we need to do, we need to first create router dot post, right? Then quiz slash check. Okay, then this will be an async def check quiz answers. Simple. Here we'll pass as a request our quiz answer request, and for user we need to check the authentication. So depends pass the authenticate. Okay, that's it. Now what the first thing that we need to do, that we need to find that particular quiz id. Like, see, here in this particular quiz answer request, what we are passing, we are passing quiz id and the answer, right? So as we are passing the quiz id, if I show you the MongoDB, here we have the quiz id as well as the whole doc id. Because from this quiz collection you will be having our id, right? Okay, so now we first need to find out that like that particular quiz doc. See, in this quiz answer request we are passing this particular quiz id, right? Which if I show you the postman collection, you could see we are passing this particular quiz id, right? Now as per this particular quiz id we need to figure out, see, the quiz id was 69A6, right? So as per this quiz id there will be like there will be multiple collection, like multiple data in this quizzes collection. So as per this particular quiz id we need to first map this particular id first. Okay, so first let's map that. So quiz doc, what we're gonna do, we have our quizzes collection, we'll use the find one, as per which we need that particular id, and object id would be our request dot request dot quiz id, quiz id. Okay, okay, so this is how we'll be receiving our quiz doc. Okay, now if there is no quiz doc, what we can do, we can raise an http exception saying 404 quiz not found. Okay, so this check is done. Now again what we need to do, that if that particular user I like that quiz doc user id, if that is not equals to that the particular user is accessing, if those are not equal, we need to raise an error saying that unauthorized access. Okay, so if let's say quiz doc user id mean which user have created or asked for this quiz, if that particular user id is not equals to who is trying to accessing for the answer, then we're gonna raise another http exception 403, let's say unauthorized. Okay, that's it. Now we need to figure out the correct answer. So first we're gonna define a blank array or a blank list, whatever you want to say, blank collections of correct answers. Now see, our data is stored in this particular quiz data, right? But this is stored in this particular format, or most probably like this format, this quiz one. Then we have this new line as a splitting character, right? So we need to extract the information properly. So that's what we're gonna do now. So correct answer, so we say like we need to run through the loops. So let's say for lines in our quiz docs of quiz data, because in that the field how we are storing in our database, right? So for line in quiz doc, not docs, so quiz doc quiz data, split by that new line characters, right? If this is the case, if line dot starts with, let's say that starts with correct answer, correct answer, then we're going to append that. Okay, correct answers dot append line dot split line dot split with this, and we need to get the first one dot strip and 0. Okay, so what this is gonna help us? So if I show you the MongoDB collection, you could see after every question, after every question, like after this C option, we got this correct answer. So we're gonna check when a new line, like a new statement, is starting with correct answer. We're gonna remove that whole correct answer up until that colon, and we're gonna take that next particular character only. So we're gonna take the A, B, those correct answers only, and we're gonna append them into our this correct answers empty array. Okay, so that will be the whole scenario. Now after that, what we need to do here, we can simply add a validation check that if the number of correct answer is more than the number of questions, there should be a mismatch of answers. Okay, so this kind of validation is important for our case. So if the length of request dot answers, let's say not is equals to correct answers, then what we're gonna do, raise the exception as 40400 and let's put a message as answer count mismatch. Okay, now we need to define the score. So first let's define a score with 0, then in our results an empty list, and then we again need to run a loop, right? So let's say for I and our answers in the enumerate of request dot answers, right? We need to check like the answer that the user has given and the answers we have extracted from the database. We need to check that. So a flag of is correct if answer dot strip dot, let's say upper, because those answer will be in block A, block B, block C, if that is equals to the correct answers of I. Okay, so first question's answers from user side, if that is equals to the first question's answer from our correct answer collection, if those are equals, okay, there will be only 2. If those are equals, so then we'll be having our is correct as a true or false boolean. Okay, so if is correct, then we need to increment the score. Okay, that's the whole simple thing. Then after that we need to add it to our results. So results dot append, in append we need to add let's say question number would be I plus 1, then user answer, which would be the ANS, the user answer, then the correct answer, which would be the correct answer of I, right? And then we need to check is it correct or not. So is correct and is correct, right? Okay, saying correct answer, this will be answers. Okay, so now that after we got the result, we have appended that whole data to our results empty list. So now after this we need to add this whole information to our MongoDB collection, right? So here our MongoDB collection was this quiz history, right? So our quiz history will use insert one, and then we'll simply need to pass this data. So we need to pass our user ID, quiz ID, timestamp, topic, score, the total, like the total answers, like the total correct answers we have, then the results, as well as the quiz content. Okay, now after that we simply need to return the data. So return, here what we need, we need the message. The message will be, let's say, uh, quiz complete and you scored, let's say, the total score and the length of correct answers. Okay, like 2 out of 3, 1 out of 3, like this. Okay, then we also need to pass the score. So this will be the score, and the total, that will be the length. So length of, okay, no need of quotation. So correct answers, and we also need to pass the results as results. Okay, that's it. Now we can easily test this into our Postman. Okay, again I am going to do the duplicate of this. Okay, and what I'm gonna do first, who is this copy, that's good, send it, done. Then change this to post. Here we need to change this to quiz check. Okay, in the body. Then here what we need to pass, right? I'm gonna paste this format, in which format we need to test this. So here we need to first pass the quiz ID. Okay, so the quiz that we created, we first need to copy this quiz ID, and here we're gonna pass it right over here, and the answers we have given are randomly ABC answers for question 1, question 2, and question 3. Okay, then I'm gonna send it, and let's see if there is any error or not. So no, so quiz complete, you score 2 out of 3, score 2, total 3, result is this. Now let's check with the proper answer, right? So for the first one, our user answer is given, it was A, is A, and the correct answer is A. So if you check it here, you could see that for the first one the correct answer was A, right? Like this, up until this, right? Now for the second one, the user answer was C, correct answer was a B. So if we check it here, so let's check in the database now. Why here? So if you check, the correct answer should be, for the second question is B, and for the third question is also B, right? So here the user given C, so that's the false. For the second one, again that's a true. So we got one question wrong. So our total score would be 2 out of 3. Okay, so now it's done. Let's change this. So quiz answer. Okay, save this as well. Also this one. Okay, now we need to create the API endpoint where we're gonna fetch our history of quizzes. Okay, for now we need to create the API endpoint where we're gonna fetch our quiz history, right? So let's say again router, and this will be a get endpoint. So get slash quiz slash history. Okay, async def get quiz history. We simply need to pass depends, and we need to pass our authenticate. That's it. Okay, the first thing would be quite easy. If the user role if is not is equals to student, then that is an unauthorized access, so we need to raise an HTTP exception, right, where this will be an 403 error, and the message would be, let's say, only student can view quiz history. Okay, done. Then we need to get our all our all our quiz history as per that particular user ID. Okay, so what we're gonna do, let's say, so we need to add a pointer, right? So we can add something, let's say a cursor, where we're gonna use our quiz history dot find. Okay, and here what we're gonna add, we're gonna add our user ID, and this user ID is coming from user of user ID. Okay, so once this comes, as per this particular user ID, we need to sort as per timestamp. That is the reason we added the timestamp in our MongoDB, right? Timestamp -1. So the first quiz should be at the last, then like that. So the recent quiz should be at the top. Okay, so sort as per the timestamp. Okay, so this will be our cursor, and now whatever data we're gonna receive from the back end, we need to store them. So for that, I'm gonna create a blank collection, and then we need to run this loop. So for doc in this cursor, doc id is equals to, we have a string of doc id, then our quiz id, then our user id, then history.append. So this is how we get to append in our history. Okay, and then finally what we're gonna do, we need to return the response. So it's our message, which should be found as per the length of this history attempts. It's like how many quiz have you attempted, right? And then history would be history. Okay, simple, done. So now we want to use this here. So for that, we are just gonna again duplicate this. All right, we're gonna make it get. First we're gonna make it login, run this. Okay, logging is done. Then what you're gonna do, simple quiz history, right? History. Okay, run this, and you could see message found one attempt, because as of now we have done only one quiz. So topic was the diabetes disease, code 2, total 3. This is the whole results, this is the quiz content, this is the id. So all the data is now here. Okay, so our whole module from the backend is complete with this. Our all the 3 quiz API route, chat API route, upload document, normal authentication, all is completed now. Okay, all right, so in this video we'll complete the explanation for frontend with Streamlit and the complete deployment process, right? So for the frontend, I'm not going to code along the whole Streamlit application. Okay, here I think you're here. I have created the whole Streamlit application, right? So I'm just gonna walk you through from the main component so that when you're going to explore it by yourself, you understand what are the component and how it's been created. Okay, so if in future you want to make it more modularized and you want to update it, you can easily update that. Okay, so first start with our .env where we have added our backend URL link so that we can easily switch between our local server and the production server. Okay, now if we get inside, and this asset folder contains all the images that we have used throughout this application. Okay, now in this main.py, first of course we import those necessary imports, then load.env. We need to get our environment like our backend URL from .env. This is our asset directory, and we need to set our page config, right? Now the thing starts from this session state. See, Streamlit returns the script every in pretty much in every interaction, right? So it's a good use case to use ht.session_state to persist those data that you are using throughout the application, so that for every interaction when Streamlit reruns, those data should stay in this app's memory. Okay, so after you authenticate as a student, that should stay in the app's memory so that it doesn't get vanished, and again like the Streamlit shows you that unauthorized access, right? All right, now after that we have created three helper function as auth, API, and logout, so that we don't have to create like so that we don't have to repeat this logic multiple time. So we created these functions once and we can use this multiple time whenever we want, like as a helper functions or as the reusable functions, right? Okay, then what we'll do, we'll just minimize them. And yeah, so now comes to the router. Now from router we can see what are the page navigation or what are the UI screen navigations we have. So first of course we have the landing page, we have a login page, we have a sign up page, then we have the teacher dashboard and the student dashboard. So we have total these five screens, right? So first for login page, of course the basic login UI that we have. Then for the login page, for the UI use case, for the sign up page, teacher and student. So let's try it out, right? Our backend is running. Let's run our front end. Main.py. All right, so this is the landing page as per this. So first we are navigating to the landing page now, right? Now as we have, like we were testing as this particular user, right, as a student. So we'll use this user to log in as a student first. So I'm gonna click at login in here. I'm gonna name it as thus password was 12345, right? Login. And okay, it's saying an key error role. Okay, so it's saying that role, data role. If I view this particular description, okay, 132 for the login, right? The login 132 role. So the role is somehow missing. There is some issue. So the role from login is coming from this auth route. So after login, we are sending welcome user. Actually, we should send the role here as well, right? So what we're gonna do here? What we're gonna do? Let's just remove this. So welcome, right? So if welcome, we need Okay, so let's say welcome this particular username. Okay, and then also the role for this is, let's say, role. Okay, we'll save this, and now we'll again try to log in. All right, so it says that our login is successful, right? Okay, so now what we can do, so from here we can log out as well, right? So again, let's just log in. So it would be in this 1 2 3 4 5, right? Login. Okay, now we can ask a question. So we used to ask about diabetes, right? So tell me about diabetes. We should get the response from here. Let's check it out. Okay, so diabetes is a condition characterized by high blood sugar levels of this thing, and the sources is just diabetes.pdf, right? So from here, let's select a particular topic. So this type 1 diabetes. Okay, we selected this one. Quiz generator will pass this, and we're gonna make it, no, we want at least 10 quiz. Okay, now let's generate the quiz related to the type 1 diabetes, right? Okay, so you could see these have generated around 10 quizzes. I'm just gonna randomly gonna select some answers from them. This, this, and this. Okay, and then submit. Okay, so quiz complete. Your score 4 out of 10. Yeah. Okay, and from, if I go to my quiz history, I can load my history. You could see we have two, one that we tested at the time of postman, and the second one is now here. Okay, all right, so now if you want to check the data, just here we can see everything. From history we have two quiz that we tried. From quiz we have two quizzes that from chat history we have our all chat history of tries, I guess, right? All right, so that's been said. We have shown the whole thing right now, and for the front end, as I have shown you, right, we have our login page, the whole sign up page, teacher dashboard, and the student dashboard. Okay, all right, so now that our whole front end is ready and is working fine, and our backend is done, that we have done throughout this last couple of videos, now we need to go for the deployment, right? So the first thing I'm gonna do, I make sure in my git ignore all .envs are there. Okay, that's done. So what I'm gonna do now, I have to upload, so I have to push all this code to my repo first, right? So let's do that. So I'm going to upload my .env because it will give you the understanding key how it's gonna look like. So here we're gonna have our backend URL. Okay, and we'll be having this .env file. Okay, and one more thing that we need in our client folder, we need to add another requirement.txt. Okay, so here we're going to add .txt, and we'll add our streamlit request and python.env. Okay, why? because at the time of deployment of front end to our to Streamlit, we also need to pass the requirement.txt. Okay, so that's gonna need. All right, so now these are done. There is no more require of anything else. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna push the code, right? All right, so I have pushed all the code. You could see right over here. I have recently pushed. So now that we have completed with our front end complete connection, and our front end is working fine as well. So what we're gonna do, we need to deploy our application, right? So I have already pushed my whole code in this repo, and now we need to go for the deployment. But so for every time for the deployment, first we are going to deploy our backend first. Okay, so the backend, so for the backend deployment, we're going to use render, as this will give you the free option for your deployment. So let's get into the dashboard. Okay, so this is my dashboard where you can see I have already hosted all of, like, deployed all of my project, and some are of Next.js, some are of Node, some are of Python, of different text. Okay, so first we need to create on this new, create a web service, and click on this public git repo, copy this one, paste it here, and for my pretty much all my fast API project, the deployment process would be same. Okay, so that's why I keep my code structure, code format similar, so that it becomes easy for all of you to deploy any of your project. Okay, so we'll just connect, and now here you could see the language Python 3 branch main root directory. Will keep it blank. Okay, we'll keep it blank. Now build command. Okay, pip install -r recommend.txt. Okay, for the start command, right, we're going to use this one, uvcon main app host 0, like 0.0.0.0 mean from any port this application will run. Okay, but here is the catch. If I show you my VS Code, you could see the main file, like that main.py, where we need to run this main is to app, like main colon app, who is under the server folder, right? But here we are running this application from our root directory. So that's why what we need to do, we need to make it server dot main app, so that at the time of running that command, it will run from within that server folder, that particular main.py file. Okay, after that we'll click on this free, because we are using the free tier. After that we need to add our environment variables. Okay, so we're going to add from .env, right? So what we're gonna do, all right, now you could see here. Okay, this is not required. So we have our Mongo URI, our DB name, our Pinecone env, Pinecone index name, Pinecone API key, Google API key, and the Groq API key. Okay, think now it's all done. Now what we'll do, just deploy the web service. Okay, and this will take some time, so let's wait. If we see any error, we again need to fix this. So yeah, let's wait. But up until, let's try to deploy the front end as well, right? So Streamlit, will deploy the Streamlit in Streamlit itself. Reject, get started, deploy fee, sign in with Google, this one. And here you could also see also many of my Streamlit projects, they also been deployed here. Okay, so we'll click on this create app, deploy a public app from GitHub. So we're gonna click on this deploy now. So from here Now there is a one thing, you could see repository master, right? So we're gonna copy this, paste it right over here. Okay, branch main file path, but the file path is wrong, right? So we're gonna choose this client slash main.py because our streamlit main.py is inside of our client folder. Okay, and then choose API app URL. I'm gonna keep the default which is given by streamlit itself. Okay, now one more thing, we need to add our .env as well. So for that we're gonna click on this advanced setting, and here we need to add our .env variable. And how we gonna do that? Simple. Okay, save, but we won't deploy it yet. First let's our backend get deployed. All right, so I got this error saying that from auth.route import router as auth router. So see, at the time of testing we were running the command from within the server folder, but at the time of the deployment we are trying to run the command from the root. So that is causing the issue that it couldn't figure out that okay, we are importing from another folder within the server. Okay, so that was causing the issue. Now for that we can do two things. One, what we can do, for every module, like from this main.py we can just add a dot, or what we can do, we can because at the time of setting the configuration, you like you remember we have kept the root blank, so we can make the root at server. Okay, so let's first try that one. So for that what I did, I have added another requirement.txt within the server folder. Okay, so I am going to just add this as well, like I'm going to push this to the repo. So added to server, push, push. Okay, this is done, this is done. Yeah, now what we gonna do, come into the settings, in this settings here, the root directory, we're gonna make the root directory as server. Okay, click on save changes. The moment you're gonna keep the root directory server, the build command will be now within server slash pip install. So for this, now we have this requirement.txt file. Okay, so this one cause an issue. Now start command server. Now we don't need this server.main, we only need main dot, like main colon app. Okay, now update fields. Okay, now let's check again. All right, so now you could see I have seen the message as your service is live, available at the primary URL of this. Okay, so to get the URL, so this is our URL. Okay, so what we gonna do to test that our backend is running successfully or not, we're going to copy this, we are going to login user, and here in place of this we're going to add this one. Okay, and then run. And if we get a proper response, yeah, so welcome Dhimanpal, role teacher. So our backend is running successfully now. Okay, now as we have copied this backend, what we can do in this front end URL, we can just add this particular backend URL right here. Okay, and just save it. I think the deployment is started. Yeah, okay, it's saying invalid format. Sorry, I have to give this deploy. Okay, so let's see if there is any other error. We again need to check that. For that, we can always see this, select see these logs. Error installing requirements, click manage app. All right, saying okay. So we're gonna come here in the settings, and this is everything is fine. Edit the code space analytics. Let's delete this whole thing app. Okay, and now what we're gonna do, so let's try the deployment again, right? So you're gonna copy this, we're gonna paste, we're gonna create a new app, deploy the public from GitHub repo. We're gonna paste it here. So the session supratim slash AI teaching assistant, all that thing branch. This would be this client main.py. Okay, this would be main. All thing is done. This is okay. In the advanced setting, we need to add our backend URL. Okay, so .env, we have this backend URL thing. We're gonna copy this one and we're going to paste it right over here. Okay, and in the place of this, what we're gonna do, we are going to paste this one, right? Then save, then deploy, and this just should work because I also have our requirement.txt here, and I'm pretty sure the spellings are all right. Requirements.txt, yeah, the spelling is all right. Staying saying error installing requirements, click manage app and consult the terminal. Okay, we don't get it. What's the issue? Okay, request, right? All right. Okay, the error is we have this called request. It's not request, it is requests. Yeah, this is the requests. Okay, so we need to push it again. Events issues. We're going to commit. We're going to push. That's it. Done. Again, we're going to, yeah, after the deployment, this will just start the deployment by itself again, right? All right, now it's done. Well, now it's saying another thing here, which is this app has encountered an error. Original message is deducted to prevent data leaks. I just refresh. Okay, so it's saying there could be some issue regarding the data leak. No file or directory, no search file or directory. Assets, landing page JPEG, landing page JPG. We have something called landing page, right? Landing page is one within the assets. Yeah. Okay, let's first try that if it's working or not. Login. Yeah, it's gonna cause the issue. Okay, let's. So the error was causing because we are using our image data path as as a local data path, right? You could see at first what we were doing this, right? That our asset directory was this one, right? Now this is how adding your local data folder path works locally, but the moment you're going to deploy into Streamlit views from client slash main.py, right? So at the time of deployment, Streamlit won't be able to find our assets folder. So that's why we have to make it an absolute path irrespective of our main.py. And so that's why what we did, our base directory os.path path directory name of file, then asset directory os.path join the base directory with the assets. So our Streamlit now will be able to find the directory of assets. Okay, and as per this, we have changed all the codes where we have added the images. So for the landing pages where we have added the image, right? So we have changed the that particular st.image with this particular block of code. Now the same thing we did across the whole application for login page, sign up page, student dashboard and the teacher dashboard as well. Okay, so now we'll save this and we'll just add this code. Okay, so let's say we had a fixed, so fixed asset directory. Okay, we'll commit, we'll push. All right, so now what we can do, now I could see our that particular error is gone now. Okay, so this is the thing, we can log in now. For the login, what we'll do, we'll use Pratim Das 12345 login, and okay, now we see, so we can easily access our student dashboard. So let me just quiz the topic. So let's say related to diabetes of 3 question. So this will generate the quiz, and okay, so this has 3 quiz generated. So I'll just click some random options, then submit the quiz, and okay, so I'm able to do all my work that we used to do, that we have done in our local. Okay, so the whole deployment is done now. You can easily do the same thing for your own, and you can change the application as per your requirement. And this is the repo, and you can easily contribute to the repo as well. Okay, yeah, so that was the AI teaching assistant or tutor rag as a whole. And if you feel we should add any other feature into it, just comment. We'll keep continue to upgrade this particular application. Okay, and thanks for watching.